Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart.
Good
morning, Shai.
Morning, all.
Great to be back.
Absolutely.
And of course, joining us on the big screen, feels like he's in studio, but he is not. He's in Charleston, South Carolina. 6'6" guard. He's not 6'6". Our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Dolly. Good morning, Shai. It is a glorious day down here on the island, and it's even better now that you guys are back after a little bit of absence, man. Welcome back. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, great to be back. Welcome back, everybody in chat, joining us back at our 8 a.m. early hour. A lot to discuss on this Monday morning. Shai, go right to you. Overnight headlines, S&P gaps down on a Sunday night. What's going on?
Right. So that started on this weekend. Trump kind of intensified the trade war with Mexico and the EU by threatening 30% tariffs on both of them via a letter posted to Truth Social. So markets are a little skittish about that. Now, Mexico does say that they are positive that they can work out a negotiation with Trump. The EU came back and said they are going to wait to retaliate until early August to see if negotiations do go forward. But at the same time, they have prepared $24.5 billion in tariffs to the U.S. should negotiations fall. Markets opened down on that overnight, so we did have that. Now, on Friday, we did have rumors that Powell may be quitting, and it was also reiterated again today. Now, I'm not sure how founded those rumors are, but we do know that the administration has been trying to put him out. In fact, Hassett was on ABC's This Week over the weekend and said that they're going to try to fire Powell over what the administration calls a $700 million cost run-up on the renovations to the federal building, which is a $2.5 billion project. So they are investigating whether or not they can fire Powell on grounds for that, I guess, under the gross negligence clause. But we will see how that pans out again. And, of course, we had President Trump slamming Powell again over rates this weekend. Not a surprise. So we will keep our eyes peeled and ears peeled to see if this rumor is true at all about Powell quitting.
Yeah, I mean, he'll do anything to get rates down. You know, the market is a, first day back in a while. You got 10-year back at 4.42, same range we've been in, right, Jimmy? I mean, bonds are flat this morning pretty much. I mean, well, 10s, I should say, are flat. You got the ZB is down 10 ticks. I mean, really not that big of a deal across the board. What pops out to me is Bitcoin's up 3%. What a 122 price on the futures. That thing is just continuing to push higher. You've got silver up 1%, platinum down 0.75%, copper up 1.25%, gold up 1/3 up to only $12. Energy shy, about 4% up in natural gas, 1% heating oil, 1.5% crude. Crude's finding a bid again. What's going on there?
Yeah, so we had pretty strong Chinese data come in overnight on their economy, as well as their trade data is showing that their crude imports have risen so far this year. If we remember, Chinese demand was really a concern for this market because their economy was not doing so well. But trade data does show that they have been continuing to purchase more oil than they did last year, and so that is a positive for crude oil. In addition, we have Trump saying that he's going to make a major statement on Russia this morning or sometime today over the war in Ukraine. A lot of speculation that he might be putting more sanctions on Russian oil, and so that has crude bid this morning.
How much does that even impact us, if at all?
As far as
like with Trump doing more stuff on Russia, is that impacting? How much is it of an impact on the marketplace?
Well, probably not a huge impact because, we have the EU is also looking at sanctions. They're looking at lowering that ceiling, but that's the 18th sanctions package. We already have a ton of sanctions on Russia already, so I don't think it's
That's what I'm saying.
that impactful to the market, except for maybe the crude oil market, depending on how they go about these sanctions, if they're going to target more vessels, if they're going to target actual production, how is this all going to pan out?
All right, we'll wait to see there. Jimmy, you heard me kind of give a little bit of a look into what's happening overnight. Anything popping out to you?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like this Phil Collins song. I could feel it coming in the air tonight. It just seems like we're getting closer and closer to maybe not an end game, but a resolution to a lot of this tariff stuff and FOMC stuff. But, gold caught, a little bit of a flight to safety bid. We're seeing that. We're seeing bonds are actually, the 30-year bonds are now at a 112 handle, and we're trading below that 8 EMA, which is a little worrisome. The S&P is trading at the bottom of a 6, 7, 8-day consolidation range right now, a little bit worrisome right now. So we might see some kind of inversion in some of these markets as you get breaking out of these consolidation ranges, and some of them for the worse, not the better. Bitcoin is its own animal right now. It's just like ripping higher as we speak. You could say, well, it's a risk play, but I'm not sure that's the case. It's still moving big time, and raising eyebrows across the board. So it's looking pretty strong.
I think Bitcoin is more of a Trump play because this administration has just gotten behind crypto. And that's the way I feel about it. I don't look at Bitcoin ever and say, "Oh, let me buy the Nasdaq because Bitcoin's up 3% today." I don't really care. I'm actually going to ask Nick that today. We've got some great guests today. We've got Pax, who's going to be on with me this morning. Great to have my big brother back on the network with me. I know he's on every week, but it's nice to have him here this morning. We've got Nick from Two Great Beards, who I love. I think he's great. He tells it like it is, man.
He does.
So I'm excited to have him on.
Definitely does. He's been a bond trader for a decade, running, what at the time was the largest bond book in the world. Then he was a hedge fund principal for 8 years. Now he runs his own family office. And so getting his view on the bond markets especially will be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at, I'm going to ask him about bonds and about Bitcoin and see how much he even cares about Bitcoin. It'll be interesting. I just want to hear what he thinks. But that's the interesting thing to me right now, Jimmy, is that 30 years taken out, last week's low already this morning. That to me is something of note. Getting away of the cluster of moving averages and just kind of the body of candles that we've been in for the past several weeks. The bond market has done this several times before. There's been no significant breakout one way or the other in the bond market. We've been talking about it really just a two-way tape. It gets interesting because if the bonds are starting to get weaker, is this starting to force President Trump's hand really to start getting rid of Powell sooner than later? Is the bond market starting to make him feel a little bit of a squeeze? Like I said, 10-year 4.42 this morning. When I look at 10s on the chart on their own right, not what rates have done, 10s are on the verge of breaking out a little bit to the downside over the last week or so, really sitting right back at last week's lows. If they start to push a little bit lower, you kind of wonder what that will also do to the equity markets. It gets interesting. You got oil back up. You've got bonds down slightly, but near breakout point. I don't know. It's a picture that we'll see how it gets painted throughout the rest of this week.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about this, that, we have the CPI data coming out this week, tomorrow. It is projected by the analysts to be a bit higher, so we're supposed to see sort of inflation creeping in. Not surprisingly, when we have metals up, energy is well off the lows, and so we'll see how those numbers pan out tomorrow.
Yeah. And so again, I want to get back to this announcement, President Trump. Is there a set time that's coming? And what is the what are we expecting from this? I mean, we never really can expect something.
Expectation is, who knows?
Yeah.
But the announcement today on Russia, he didn't give a specific time. He just said that he's got a big announcement coming on Monday. So we'll keep a lookout on that, but again, no specific time for that. But going back to bonds a little bit here, what is interesting is that even with all this pressure kind of to fire Powell and with these rumors circulating that he may quit, the projected path of the Fed fund rate has really not budged much. So traders are still looking to see easing after Powell's last meeting, I guess, in April. So we'll see. But so far, the bond markets aren't really pricing in, him leaving and we get a cut sooner, in other words.
Got it. Yeah, again, good morning, chat. Great to be back. Seeing everybody back in chat is always nice. Make sure you hit like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss a morning with us. Like I said, big week of guests, big week of data coming out. Today, nothing in terms of data, but what's the rest of the week, Shai, that we're looking for?
So the rest of the week we have CPI. Tomorrow we have PPI on Wednesday. Of course, we have jobless claims on Thursday. So a lot of data the rest of the week, just nothing today.
Yep. And chat, let me know a little bit this morning. What are you guys looking at? What are you looking at coming into this Monday? What market is at the top of your mind as you come into this Monday, coming off of a pretty quiet week? It's rare that I leave for a vacation or a trip and the market really does much of nothing. But I do think this is going to be a busy week. Again, for me, the interesting thing is the bond market breaking out to the downside. I do think you got to keep one eye on oil. If it starts getting back into the 70 handle, what does that start to do? In terms of the future outlook of inflation, what does that mean overall in the markets? So to me, the bond market is the place. And some people are, again, gold. We didn't talk a ton about it. Jimmy, go to you on that. 33.70 in gold. We're in the August contract, everybody. Metals, they're a story that's just not going away. They continue to be bid. Again, a little bit of a pullback this morning in copper, no big deal. Platinum, God forbid the thing pulls back just a little bit, right? I mean, when you still look at those, I looked at them on the charts this morning, still just looking more and more like higher is the way. Jimmy, what are you seeing in the metals?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I looked at this morning on gold was, what was the commitment of traders report results from last Friday? And we can see that the large specs are slightly more positive net long at over 200,000 contracts, and that the commercials are robustly short, I'd call it 239,000, but it's kind of steady Freddy with respect to trends on the commitment of traders report over the last 4 months, and that's kind of reflected in the weekly chart. If you think about it, it's kind of a sideways action right now on the weekly, but we measure it on the daily, and it looks a little bit more extreme, but it's really not. So from a COT and institutional point of view, I think that point of view has not changed over the last couple of weeks. But right now, yeah, we got a little bit of a bid up. This, I don't know, they're calling it a safe haven bid. I don't know, but we're still, within a nice range, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, gold's just getting above that consolidation. It's getting above last week's high to start the week is interesting always, right? I look at it, you look at oil above last week's high to start the week, bonds below last week's low. Equity markets, we're going to talk a lot more about them. Still in the middle-ish of last week's range. I'm looking at S&P. I'm actually going to talk with PAX. I'm actually starting to look at a possible short scenario coming up for me in S&P. I think mid 6100s could be in play. We'll have to see how we close out today, but I start looking for a swing short in S&P relatively soon here, depending on what happens the next couple of days. I'll get more into that with PAX. But again, the story is you got gold above last week's range to start off on Monday. You got bonds below last week's range to start it off, and you got oil above it. CPI tomorrow. We'll see what today brings. I expect more volatility and volume this week. Of course, we've got Nick coming up after Jimmy's Edge report, and then we've got PAX this morning, and then we have Tanja. So a lot of people to talk to about what they think is going to happen in the markets. But it's about that time. Jimmy, take it away for this morning's Edge report.
All right, let's go back to the 30-year bonds. I know we've been talking a lot about it, and I can't wait to hear Nicholas in a couple of minutes. But we do have a little bit of drama here again on that commitment of traders report. We have the large specs now short 108,000 contracts, and we have, for the first time really, and this is a relatively unique, where we have unique with respect to the last year or so, where you have the commercials now are net long 31,000. You can see that little orange histogram bar getting bigger and bigger, probably the highest level all year and then some. So that kind of supporting this idea of a sell-off a little bit. If you go to a daily, a nice area of support. We just broke through it right now. I have a 61.8% fib retracement at approximately 112.10, and that, close below that is going to suggest more bearish action to the downside. Another area of support down here, approximately 111 and a 111 handle, 29.30 seconds. So there is room. We are getting a little bit of a breakdown to the downside. So this is definitely on my radar screen. Even the S&P also. Let's just pop this up because we've been consolidating for several days in a row right now. And the only thing that's really different, other than the fact that we're kind of trading toward the bottom of that consolidation range, my hamburger bun is right there. We're talking about 62.60-ish, but we're below the 8 EMA for the first time. If you go all the way back in this chart, we haven't had a body of a candle through the 8 EMA ever since June 23rd. So I have a little, my antenna's up a little bit of a warning sign, and I kind of agree with Deli. There might be a place to get short here at some point. We have that stochastics crossing under, but again, this is crossing under way at a really elevated state, so it's probably a little bit less important to me. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin, though, because that, I think, if I could find it, July Bitcoin is probably one of the stories of the day. I mean, look at this daily chart. We just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green candles in a row with some gaps in it. This thing is driving up. We had a high print already at 123,610. So we broke out of this long-term area, and we kept on going. Moving averages are all shooting straight up in time. And then intraday, which makes it a little bit harder to figure out some targets on the upside. My next target actually is at 76.6% extension on the fib, and that's at 128,350, give or take. Intraday, it's going to be a little bit tougher to get these targets on the upside because there's nothing but blue sky above. But we do have this London session high right here. This is the initial balance of London. We're talking 123,625, give or take a couple of ticks. Nice kind of retracement back, but we're still trading firmly above the session VWAP right now, which is tracking right at that Mentor Q 1-day max level, approximately 121,400. Further down, we do have a call resistance level at that even 120,000, which should not be surprising. But below that, we do have some Jacks 2s, and Jacks 1 is all the way down here at 118,000. So there's targets on the downside, a few targets on the upside, but we are kind of making some new progress. Point of control officially, even though it's a little bit wonky, double distribution on the volume profile at 122,555. Let's shoot over to the Euro FX really quickly here. Talk about the US dollar. And again, I'll start with the daily chart. Now, this is a little bit encouraging for my fall vacation to the Eurozone. We're having a little bit of a retracement back down from this turnaround doji that we saw back at the beginning of July. We're below that 8 EMA, but we're right above the 21 EMA right now. But we are trading below that 8 EMA, 23.6% outside fib retracement right here in the Euro FX. This is the Euro FX versus the US dollar. US dollar's in the denominator. And stochastics just, really just rapidly fell out of bed here. And you could see we're continuing to slope downward on those on the stochastics on the daily chart. So I'm a little bit encouraged here. I know I have a little bit of bias. Let's get some selling here in the Euro FX to help my trip. Let's go over to the intraday. Intraday, we have some really nice targets here. We didn't quite get up to this Jacks 1 level at 1.175, but that's a target on the upside. Then we have R1. That's that daily pivot calculation that I love so much, 1.17. 6.3 on the upside, and then again we have more. We have R2 as well, way up here. I don't know if we'll get to that today. 1.1788 on the downside. We have some targets as well. We pierced. The London initial balance gave this market a boost up. Right, we were sloping down. We were hitting rock bottom, continuing to dig, and then boom, we kind of turned it around right before the folks in London got involved. And so we see that bid right now. We have a P-shaped distribution right now with a nice point of control of 1.17. So we'll see if that S1 gets challenged again right now. 1.17145 on the Euro FX. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Jimmy, thanks so much. And we are now joined by Nick Givanovic co-host of the Two Great Beards. He's got a private family office. Nick's been around for a long time. If you've not checked out what Nick is doing on X, I highly recommend it. Nick, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you for having me.
Oh, great to have you. Jimmy Jude's one of my good friends. I've known him for a lot of years. I first found you, I think, through him and through Andy, and been a fan ever since. Love the way that you talk about markets, so we're really appreciative for you to be with us here today. I want to start off with the overnight headlines. We've got 30% Mexico EU tariffs come back into the headlines. I think it's kind of boring for stocks right now. I don't think they're thinking too much of it with a minor gap down, but the talk that we've been saying this morning is the bond markets are near lows, gold's near last week's highs, oil creeping up. I mean, thoughts on the initial 30% tariff announcement from these guys and the Trump administration, and just what your thoughts are heading into this Monday?
Right. Well, I don't think I have anything very original to say about that. I think it's obviously a negotiating tactic because otherwise it'd be a disaster. I don't think that it makes any sense to impose that kind of tariff on the EU, especially. Trade with Mexico is what it is, but with the EU, it's just absolutely massive. So I don't think that will stick. I think it's a negotiating tactic. But either way, what is important, I think, is that all the major houses are beginning to revise upwards their core PCE for year-end 2025. And that is being reflected in the yield curve. You can see what is happening. Nobody wants to own duration, and everybody wants to own the 2-year note or SOFR or whichever short end they look at. I think that it's very significant that we have real 30-year rates at 265, which, and a lot of people won't know this, is the highest we have seen them, real rates, not nominal, since the GFC. We have never had rates, real rates higher than now since 2007. And yet, everybody is buying an asset, which you mentioned earlier, that yields 0. Now, what does that tell you? That's a loss of confidence in the US. That's a loss of confidence in this administration. That's a loss of confidence in how they're going to manage the deficit. Why would you buy Bitcoin, which yields 0, as opposed to, or gold, which also yields 0, as opposed to bagging in the highest real rates that you've seen for nearly 20 years? That has to tell you a story, doesn't it?
Yes,
Right.
I would think so. I mean, and I guess the question is, then why do equities continue to kind of yawn at it? And, even again, this overnight news and people in chat are saying it's not boredom, it's summer doldrums, Anthony. But markets continue to just say, hey, hold my beer, we'll keep going up.
Right. Well, I think equities have got several components to them. One is that the earnings expectations, and we are starting earnings tomorrow, right, with the banking sector. We're going to beat those expectations handily, like, because everybody threw in the kitchen sink of bad news into the last round of, expectations, trying to manage down expectations for this quarter, because everybody thought that the tariffs announced back on Liberation Day would absolutely destroy the economy. So they threw in all the bad news they possibly could at equities. And now, when those bad news have not been realized, you will see that the earnings expectations will be beaten very, very easily and by a lot. So why would you sell equities, right? I mean, you might sell equities on the earnings report, i.e., any spike you sell them. But also, I don't look at equities like you guys do. I look at them in DXY terms because I'm not an American. So I don't have to I mean, I can choose my reference point. I can choose euros, I can choose sterling, I can choose dollars. And I can tell you that I changed my allocation for the first time since 1993. So I'm no longer 100% in dollars. I'm now 70% in dollars. So I sold 30% of my dollar holdings and hedged them into euros. I can only see myself increasing that hedge, not decreasing it. And if you just take SPX and times it by DXY, you will see that we are still well below the start of the year. And we have not yet recovered the full amount that we fell on Liberation Day. So this idea that stocks are ripping is for the birds. They're not ripping. They're just trading with the dollar. And if you have a look actually what has happened the past week, I mean, I do a video every Sunday for people, and I said, trade SPX exactly tick for tick with Euro USD. If Euro USD goes down, equities are going down. If Euro USD goes up, equities are going up. And that is the relationship at the moment. It's not going to break this. I mean, I saw the hamburger, I thought he called it, with the 6 as the low. And I bought the low because Euro USD is telling me that it's not going to go down. It's just trading in a range. It tries to bust the range by a few ticks back into the range. It tells me that people are still hedging their dollar exposure. People have been overexposed to the dollar, myself included. I mean, I only started hedging at 109 to 111, and I could have got a lot cheaper, but I thought the dollar was going to go through parity. And the euro would be trading in 94, 95, and I'd hedge that. And as soon as Trump did what he did, I was forced to hedge. And I don't now, I would love the dollar to be stronger for another couple of weeks because it would give me the opportunity to hedge more. I mean, I want to go to 40%, 30%, and I'm now around the 60% mark, so I want to sell dollars. And the higher the dollar is, the lower Euro USD, the more I love it. Which tells me that equities are not a sell. US equities are not a sell because the dollar is going to take the strain and earnings are going to be better. The only danger, the real danger for equities is a re-rating of the multiple. And that only happens if bonds break 5.25. If bonds break 5.25, I think that you will have a re-rating of the multiple. But until then, I don't think it's going to happen.
And then I had a question about kind of short-term debt. We've got the Treasury Department issuing billions of short-term debt. Even though there's no trouble in the near term, there are many that are worried that the Treasury kind of risks tipping the market to a point where it doesn't have enough liquidity to absorb all the debt. And so I'd like to know your thoughts on that. And then what does that mean for the debt markets?
I don't think it's a problem. The shorter duration they issue, short duration is zero. It's just not a problem for the market. Okay, they can issue your amount of short duration paper, like T-bills or even out to 2 years, 3 years, even 5 years, and the market can absorb that very easily. There's a huge amount of liquidity in the money market funds. There's absolutely no problem there. If your question is, are the banks going to start running low on reserves? I don't think so. I think that's a canard that people put out there, but the banks are not going to run low on reserves, and there's going to be plenty of liquidity in the market. The problem is that nobody, and not even these banks, which should be near a point, if not at the point of actually buying some duration, don't want to buy it. I mean, you've been listening to Jamie Dimon, right? Think about it. JPM funds itself at zero, right? Because you and I have got our Chase account, and what does he pay us on our Chase account? Nothing, right? And what is it? 0.01 basis point. So he's funding himself. He's a lender of money. Every day he goes into the overnight market and lends to everyone else. That means he has all the money in the world. He doesn't know what to do with it. And he is bearish. Not only is he not thinking of buying duration, he's bearish on duration. So if the guy who's funding himself at zero doesn't want to buy 30 years at 5%, why should I, who fund myself at 433, want to buy duration, 30-year bonds at 5%? It makes no sense. And I've been bearish duration for coming up to 3 years now. And I just don't see, no, even longer. Well, when was COVID? 2020. Okay, 5 years. So I see absolutely no reason that this will not continue as a drip, drip, drip. So I'm not saying that we go from, what are we now, 498. I'm not saying that we go from 498, we bust through 511, bust through 525, and we go up forever in the 30 year. I'm saying it's more likely to be a drip, drip, drip. And just one sort of, I like sort of certain esoteric things that, I don't know if you've ever come across a guy on X called Josh Mandel. Well, Josh used to be the 30-year trader at Salomon. You need to be a very smart guy to get that chair at Salomon. And, I certainly never managed it. I never got any further than tens. But you need to be a smart cookie to be there. And all he does is trade Bitcoin. And that has got to tell you something. The 30-year bond trader at Salomon Brothers, running the biggest position in the world by far in 30s, doesn't want to buy them at the highest real rates anyone has seen in the past 18 years. I think it's going to be a drip, 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 and then a whoosh. And real rates are going to reach 3%, 3.25%, and then you get a re-rating in equities. But I think it's too early to expect equities to trade in sync with bonds. It never happens that way, certainly not in my experience. Normally what you have is equities doing their impression of a cartoon character, just walking on thin air kind of thing. And then the bonds come along and smack him in the face, and equities do the whoosh, 10% in a week, that kind of thing. But bonds have got to be there first. Bonds have got to trade 530, 540, 550, and then equities are going to feel it. But I don't think I don't think it's imminent. I mean, do you need to be aware of it? Of course. But I don't think that either bonds are going to trade at 540 in the next month, nor do I think that equities are going to have that whoosh that I'm talking about south. The one thing that could save bonds is the QRA, which is coming on the 30th of July. You'll remember that Yellen did that half twist back in November of 23, I believe. And they cut the amount of coupons they're going to issue, and they transferred it to the short end, i.e. mostly bills. Now, a lot of, and the Republicans, of course, went berserk because they realized what that meant. That meant that long rates weren't going to go up as much as they would have done otherwise. And that was actually the bottom in the stock market. The stock market bottom on that day, on the 3rd of November, I seem to remember, 2023, and has been in a bull market ever since. And I remember saying to everyone, this is it. This is the bottom for equities. Equities are going to scream now, and they did for, well, 2 years. Now, I know that, as I said, the Republicans got very upset by that little twist that Yellen did, but I think there is a chance that they do exactly the same thing because beggars can't be choosers. It's very, very unlikely to me that they don't use the levers that they have. The Treasury has a lot of levers to stop the bond market going too far, and they haven't employed any of them yet. And I think that they are going to start, or there is a non-zero probability that they're going to start doing it in the next month. Because if I was Besant and I was looking at the bond market each and every day, I would start making plans, right? I would start making plans. If it trades through here, I'm doing this. If it trades through there, I'm doing that. Because you don't want to let the bond market get the bit between its teeth. Every time they've allowed the bond market to get, the bit between its teeth, it's cost them billions, tens, hundreds of billions. And it's very much reminiscent to me of the sterling crisis back in, what was it, 92, 93? I can't remember now. But you have a situation where everyone was very comfortable in dollars, and now they're no longer comfortable in dollars. Then everybody was very comfortable, trading sterling mark at a fixed parity, as it were. And when you think about it, Euro USD has been 112, what you want to do for like years. And now it's busting through. It's giving you those signs that people are starting to get uncomfortable with the dollar. Nobody loves the euro. I mean, you have to be nuts to love the euro. It's just that you hate the dollar more. It's as simple as that. And if you actually look at Bitcoin, just to your point earlier, you said nobody looks at Bitcoin and wants to buy the Nasdaq. No, I agree with you. That makes no sense. But if you have a look at the Bitcoin in euro terms, it's just now returning to the highs that it was in February. So Bitcoin in euro terms has done nothing all year, right? So that's why I'm personally bullish of Bitcoin still. I think it'll probably have a bit of a pause here and then, go again. But it's not Bitcoin. It's not bonds, it's not equities, it's the dollar. People are losing faith in the dollar. That's the problem. And if you lose faith in the dollar, why would you buy dollar-denominated bonds? Why? I mean, what difference does it make if they yield 5% or 5.30%? What difference does that make? If you think you're going to lose 10, 15% on your denominator, you don't care what, 25 basis points is not going to make a blind bit of difference. And that's my fear because I'm international. I don't have to live in the US. I don't have to spend US dollars or earn US dollars. I can go wherever. And I don't want my money to devalue via the dollar. I'd much rather hold Bitcoin, gold, US equities as well, because let's not forget, and I probably didn't mention it, the AI component to the US equities. If you want to bet on AI, there's a little bit in Japan, but most of it is in the US. So that's another reason why, sort of US equities, Bitcoin, gold, and very close to getting to the point where real rates are interesting as well. around 3.25% in real rates. Wow. I mean, why not bag it? That would make a lot of sense to me. But right now, I think there's a big danger that the bond market does one of its periodic, sort of I'll show you who's boss. Because, if you think that Trump runs this country, he doesn't. It's the bond market that runs this country.
And Nick, we're going to end there. I got to tell you, this was absolutely fantastic. Like I said, the first time I heard you, I was a fan. I hope everybody out there listening to Nick for the first time appreciates getting someone like Nick here to talk with us. I learned a ton in this segment. I'll have to go back and watch it again later. Everybody, make sure you go and follow Nick. He's Nick Giva1 on Twitter, on X. We will put that in the link. Follow what he's doing at Two Great Bears and everything Nick is doing. Nick, again, I can't thank you enough. This was absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to have you back on the show. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
That was great.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, I know we went a little long with Nick, but you don't cut Nick off, man.
I was going to say, you got to just let him talk.
Listen, man, I don't care what that timer says. We keep going. A lot to take from it. I think we'll talk about it more tomorrow morning, you and I.
Yeah, definitely.
Pre-CPI with Nick. I took a bunch of stuff, but I mean, again, you talk about the dollar. Nick talked about the dollar. He was fabulous. The chat loved it. Everybody hit the like button for Nick. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a morning with these great guests. Shai, you're the best. I got to let you go. I got to bring in Big Bro Pax. All right. There he is. What's up, handsome? We got the same glasses on? This is unbelievable. Am I here? Are we live? What's going on here?
I've got 3 other pair on my desk. I'll put one of them on if you want. Holy smokes, that was great. I was just sitting here listening to Nick go. I mean, Nick is one of my favorite. I'm very careful in like whose stuff I read on X, but Nick's is one of my, one of my go-to guys. I read everything he puts out, and I don't always necessarily agree with him, but I do now. We share a very similar outlook, and he's much more articulate about his macro view than I am. But man, that was a really good conversation, Anthony. You did a great job of, asking him questions and probing what he was saying and letting him go too, letting him talk. That was really good. Thank you.
Oh no, that was great. I'm gonna pull up the charts for you and I want to start off looking at the bonds packs. You've got your levels. I want to get right into it this morning with the bond market. He talks about if the 30-year gets above 5.25%. That's something we'll have to keep an eye on. Obviously, for us watching the futures markets, you're not going to know the handle of the yield. You could actually look at the handle for the 30-year. Well, there's a micro product for it. But ultimately, if we start breaking lows in the 30-year bond with any sort of, momentum, that to me is what's going to trigger of what Nick's talking about. What are you looking at in bonds?
Well, he's looking. I was trying to figure that out. What the where bonds would be if we were at 5.25, 5.30, and that'll take us down into, we're trading at 112.20. That'll take us down to 107, maybe 105, 106 on the 30-year bond handle, and that's a new low. That'll take us back to. I'm sorry, I'm hoarse. That'll take us back to lows that prices that we have not seen. Well, we're already in that range of prices that we have not seen in the 30-year bond since the aughts, since the 2000 evens, going back into the 90s. I think, Anthony, I think that eventually we see a 9-handle print in the 30-year bond before it finds a bottom. So I think we've got a long way to go, at least technically speaking. Fundamentally, and what the Fed ends up doing, or bond vigilantes, or whatever kind of whatever kind of bottom the market can find because of capital flows is a different thing. But technically, or fundamentally anyway, but technically speaking, from a tradable standpoint, 113.24 in the 30-year bond, which is a level I've been talking about, on our show since the beginning of the year, really, going back into 2014, 2007, and I think around 2000, is an incredibly pivotal price. So 113.24 is ultimately where I want to be long above and short below. And then underneath 113.24, the 30-year bond is going to trade down to where we are now, 112.17. This is another little pivotal area. 113 to 17 is a pivotal area. Underneath there, then we start attacking some more recent lows, 111.23, and then we're down to 110 even 110.02, which is the low of the year. I mean, that takes us to 110 even-ish, takes us to the high yield on the year, which is what is that, like 5.1, 5.2 almost. So somebody asked in the chat,
and that's.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What did they ask? No,
somebody asked in the chat.
What did they ask in the chat?
Somebody asked a second ago in the chat to translate what Nick said. He's not especially bullish. What he said is that he's not especially bullish U.S. stocks in the long term. That doesn't mean that we don't rally another 100 points, 200 points. But there's a lot of drag here, and the 30-year bond going lower is going to continue to drag on equities, and that doesn't mean that we break right away. It doesn't mean that you go out and sell a rally. It just means that the equities, the indices specifically, are going to have a bit of a difficult time rallying, especially with weakness in the dollar.
Yeah. So let's talk about that too with the bond market. And here's the one thing that Pax and I have talked about a lot is that the bonds always matter, but they don't matter to equities until they really matter. And I think that's what comes down to what Nick had talked about today. You got 5.25%, he says, is a threshold where if you start seeing 5.30, 5.40 in the 30-year rates, and he's saying it's the highest real rates we've had since '07. What gets interesting is that if the bonds, again, anytime the bond market moves with velocity, right now we've been in a range. We are seeing them at the lower part of the range, nearing some of these key levels that Pax is talking about. We still have to trade level of levels, as Pax will go through with all of us. But if the bonds go down with velocity, that starts to change things within the entire financial system. And that goes back to what Nick is talking about. It's like, and then at that point, they really matter to equities. And he's saying ultimately right now that, why would you want to buy anything with the dollar going lower? Why would you want to buy the bond market, right? I mean, he's talking about JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon being bearish. And that ultimately is going to be bullish. As the dollar goes down, you're going to buy things that are going to be worth more with the dollar going down. So the people are buying equities, people are buying Bitcoin, people are buying gold, people are buying euros. So that's what he's saying is the trade. So he's saying that equities aren't necessarily going up because the market wants to own more equities. They're going up because they're moving out of dollars and they'd rather own equities. And until the bond market breaks something, that's a place they'd rather be versus holding dollars. Hopefully that helps people.
No, that's exactly right. So, that doesn't mean, it's just going to be a drag. That's kind of the point that I was making, is that this is not necessarily a risk on spread. It's a safe haven trade. So that doesn't mean that we're going to go that indices are going to scream higher. It just means that we're not. It's not going to it's not going to rally really easily, and when it breaks, it's going to be fast and furious. So we're not stagflation, no, but we can sit here and churn this. The indices can sit here and churn this area now, make another high, and then kind of sit in this range now for a while until the bonds break something. And we were talking about that during the tariff, all of the tariff mayhem that we had in end of the first quarter, beginning of second quarter, was the bonds breaking something. As bonds just continue to go lower, and when is something going to break here? That's such an interesting thing. And I think we have to bring gold into that conversation too. One of the things that Ira Harris has taught me and you through the years is that gold is not really a hedge against inflation as much as it's a hedge against central banks losing control of monetary policy. And we've seen gold, I don't even know what the percentage change on it is for the year. Gold opened the year at, at 26.41. So, just to give you a little perspective between, the movement between gold and the bonds, is that the bonds opened the year at 13.24, so a point and 4 ticks lower. Gold opened at $26, $800 lower than where we are now, and that is an obvious sign that everybody's looking for a safe haven. And, and equities have rallied. 59.49 is where equities opened the year. We broke down to 48.34, and now we're at 62.85. I mean, it's a crazy, crazy place. And there's still so much capital out there that continues to pour into the market to at least hold it up. That once that rug is pulled, man, it can be difficult. And I've been tweeting a lot about that, Anthony. Last week I tweeted under one of Tanya's posts that you remember back in March of 2000, the NASDAQ made the all-time high of 48.82. 48.82. By October of 2002, the NASDAQ was trading below 1,000, below 800. We made a low of 780 or something,
Yep.
780. It took us 17 years. Talk about, dip buyers worth millions upon millions upon millions of dollars go broke. I always warn against buying dips, always in the face of volatility, because of that experience. A lot of super rich people went broke. Why? Because it took us 17 years to get back to 48.82. Now the NASDAQ is trading at 23,000. So think about that for a second. 48.82 took us 17 years. We didn't get back there until 2017. In the last, 8 years since then, we're at 23,000 based upon what? I mean, really, what kind of growth have we had to justify those sorts of returns? Money creation, man. And when the people with that kind of money get a little bit nervous and they pull that dough from the market, we're going to fall apart, and it's going to be fast, furious, and ugly. I don't know. That's all my opinion. I'm going to continue to trade the market as it is and not as I think or want it to be. And I'm going to trade my markets level to level to level. And that's just like I outlined in gold the other day in our show on Friday.
Yeah, let's start off with let's go through the gamut today. Let's get into some intraday analysis, what we're looking at coming into today. Let's start with NASDAQ. I've got the NASDAQ chart up. A little bit of a gap overnight. I said the market's kind of yawned at this news with this 30% tariff. And again, to me, I see a market down 0.5% or whatever it is. The NASDAQ was down minimal, and of course it just grinds back up. I'm like, that's news that's not really derailing this tape. The market probably had some weekend longs over to the weekend, and you see some sellers come in, but we're right back in this gap. What are the key levels we're going to be looking at this morning in NASDAQ?
23,109. It also is a couple of ticks off the high, but 23,109 is ultimately the it's the macro level, the upside target based off of the quarterly pivot, which is 1,000 points below where we are, 21,889. So that gives us an upside target of 23,109. That's one of those levels I talk about that won't change. It'll be a target in my plan in 10 years, 20 years when we trade back to it. So that's going to be, think of it as kind of a magnetic number, right? When the market rallies up to it, the magnet will pull it up, and when we achieve it, we either get above it and run and extend, or we churn it. And right now we're just churning it. We're churning below it. Rallied up to 23,102 or something last week. So underneath there, then we've got last week's low that we need to take out, which is the pit low. I don't really care much about the all session low. I want to see, or the regular trading hour low. It's something I still call the pit low, which is going to be down to 22,000. Remember this, sevens, okay? 22,777. The low is 22,779, but I'll remember it in 3 sevens because that's my lucky number. It's God's number. So 23,777 underneath there. Then we can break down to early July lows, another 100 handles. And then the macro level on the downside, 22,445. So 22,445 won't change, and 23,109 won't change. And in between that will be the range. I'm not going to be excited about being long until we close twice above 23,109. And I'm not going to be excited about being short until we close at least once with 2 closes below 22,445 for me to get excited about the short side. In between that, it's a range. So if, while we're in this range, simplify your trading. I've been saying to the traders in my group, the ATR in the S&P is like 45 points. It'll expand this week with CPI and PPI, and but 5 points on a 4 lot is $1,000. So look for those 5-point trades. Take your $1,000 out. $1,000 a day keeps the full-time jobs away. So make it easy. Make it easier on yourself. Peel it back and simplify it. The less we trade in these markets, the happier we're going to be. When we start breaking out, then increase your velocity, your round turns, or increase your size. But right now, just look for those nice, easy trades. And if you find it, shut it down, go play golf, go work out, go for a run, go for a walk, go take a nap. We make this so much
putting your
harder.
levels up here. Oh, and I know we do. And, I look at these levels here, Pac. So those two are the two key levels. And you can see NASDAQ is boxed in. And here's the one thing I want to talk about with you just for a quick second. If we were to see news drive outside of those prices and then hold above or below those prices, that's when you start to think that we're breaking out of this range. Until then, a lot of what's happening within those areas, 23,109 down to 22,777, like you talked about, basically, you're looking at two-way tape intraday for short-term day traders. Focus on their short-term strategies. Of course, you would opening range, but that's the play.
Yeah, that's it. Nice and easy. That's it. Nice and easy. And until we're close, I'm sorry for my voice, until we close below 23,777, and then we need confirmation underneath 445 for the sentiment to change bearish. But until we close below that, we're stuck in a range, traded accordingly. And another, it's an IRA, saying, or maybe just a floor saying, I retweeted it out this morning. The less we trade, the happier we're going to be. Take it easy. Just simplify this. We make it so much harder than what it really is, Anthony. I know you and I have always done that, and I see it constantly on Twitter. Every day as a trader should feel like you're cheating life. Every day should feel like you're on vacation.
Yeah. Well, look, you've done a great job at that. It takes years of experience, and really, it's. I think one of the number one things that I think is a positive mental attitude every day is the only way that you're able to even achieve that on every level, because negativity creeps in, FOMO creeps in, seeing people. It's funny. I was thinking about this the other day. We talk about how 95% of the traders fail, but if you watch X, 95% of the traders are making millions of dollars. It's kind of it's a totally different concept, and it totally takes people away. And to me, it's that negativity seeps into the marketplace. But let's go to the S&P, because I want to get to S&P and gold before we move out of our segment this morning. Those key levels I think are very helpful in NASDAQ to understand. What are we looking at in S&P right now?
Well, all right. So on the upside, the S&P is almost untradeable, except from like a 15 handle rotations and the 15 handle rotations I talk about from the opening range, and we only get those a couple of times a week. So simplifying everything for at least from my standpoint, opening range breakouts for 5 to 10 points. So the major levels in the major levels in the S&P to pay attention to are going to be 62, I'm sorry for the squeaky voice, man. 6206 on the downside is the macro level, so 6206. Now, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but 6206 equals 23,106. So that gives you an idea that the NASDAQ is a little bit stronger recently. I mean, that the S&P is a bit stronger recently than the NAS is, just because the S&P is trading above that 6206, which equals 23,106. However, we have to keep in mind that since the lows of April, the S&P was 4834 and the NASDAQ was 16,480 or something. The NASDAQ has rallied 39%, the S&P has rallied 29%. So, they're just kind of catching up. So anyway, the point is that the big levels to pay attention to, macro levels that won't change, are 6206, and on the upside is 6402. We haven't quite reached that yet. We need to close, the S&P needs to close below the pit low last week, or the RTH low of 6246, before we'll attack down to 6206. So 6246. Underneath there, that takes us to 6206, and then we can break back down to the quarterly pivot of 6010. So we've got we've got a lot of room in the S&P for price movement. It's not going to be today. You don't need to make your fortune today. Look for today. I'll post the opening ranges on Twitter. Look for short breakouts, out of the opening range. Remember, 5 points in the S&P, 5 points on a 4 lot is $1,000. 12 points on a 4 lot in the Nasdaq is $1,000. $1,000 a day keeps the full-time jobbers away.
So a couple things before I let you go this morning. One is first of all, I want to plug that we've got some cool stuff coming for PAX, everybody, opening range indicators and things of that nature coming to NinjaTrader. So make sure you stay tuned for that on PAX's segments. And of course, PAX is going to be on with me a lot more often coming up in the future, which is great. And I just wanted to plug that before that. And the other thing is when you come into a gap down like today, opening range, because a lot of people are going to be looking at this gap, PAX. Is there anything significant when we look at the opening range today? Is opening range high or low with the gap? I know that you talk about your 5 points and you talk about the structure that you've built within it, but when you are opening up right into a Sunday night gap, is there anything maybe specific or anything that you're looking at coming into today?
No, today the gap is the gap is too small. So, we'll fill it. I'm not going to put too much stock in it. The gap is too small, and there are no market drivers. So I would expect that we're going to trade within the range, fill that gap. Let's see, what is the gap fill? We're going to fill it. It's the way that I calculate the gap is from the pit high and the pit low. And so we'll fill it. This is just a day that we're going to kind of sit and wait until tomorrow, CPI tomorrow, and that could move us.
Yeah.
That's going to be exciting. So this morning we'll get a little bit of residual movement off. We'll fill the gap, and then we'll probably sit and maybe look for these 5 handle. If you catch a nice 5, 6, 8, here, listen, real fast. If we set the low out of the opening range and we come out of the opening range on the upside or downside, it doesn't matter. On the first attempt, look for 15 handle swings. If we mess around in the opening range, wait. Don't spend your 2x4. Just chill, wait until something becomes glaringly obvious, and then look for 5 points. Real-time information to make real-time trading decisions. Just sit and wait. Today is not a day to spend money in the markets. Tomorrow might be, today isn't.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, that's what I wanted to get from you this morning was like when you open up in the gap, if opening range is the low or if opening range is the high, and you think we're going to be gapping away from, or we're going to be opening up and trading away from the gap or trading into the gap, basically what PAX is saying is that there's not enough probably activity to drive it there. There's also not a lot of reasons to just sit there and think you're going to hold it just to fill it or it's going to trade too far away from it. Watch the reaction this morning around the 30-second opening range to identify what type of day it could be. And we'll end there this morning, PAX. I always appreciate, we talk about this all the time. And, Ira Harris said this, and I'm just repeating it. It's always about context and nuance. I mean,
Yes.
We talk about how you have built your structure in for the 30-second opening range, but the execution is where the money is made. And
Yes.
a lot of people, they get so involved in just like saying the strategy is X, but there's different environments, there's different situations, and how you take advantage of those is what separates somebody who's just executing a strategy or a trader.
Yeah, 100%. But in April, if I'm taking 5 points on a 4 lot, I should beat myself with a Louisville Slugger. In these markets, if I'm looking for more than a 5 lot, more than 5 points on a 4 lot, I should again beat myself with it. I should give myself the same wooden shampoo. So when the markets are busy, I have to adapt to it, and I can come out of the opening range with smaller size. Come out with a 4 lot. By the time the market makes its high or low, I got 40 on. This stuff, no, in, out, and stop. Nice and easy. These ranges are compressed. Don't look for breakouts until we have them. And don't scalp. If you're looking for 5 points, which is kind of a scalp, don't overtake it. Just take the money and don't overtrade it is what I mean. Take the money, sit down, relax, and be happy with being green. Just be green today. Be green or don't trade. Go big, go small, or not at all. Tomorrow, a phrase from you. Today's a small or not at all day.
Yeah, well, we're going to end it there. And for the record, I am tanner than Pax. I know he's looking a little pasty.
I don't know. I'm pretty
He's
damn
definitely
tan.
not as tan as me right now.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen,
yeah,
Anthony,
well,
one thing
not
before we
that,
get
not
to
as tan
Tanya.
as me, but that's,
You're Italian.
go
I'm
ahead.
not. One thing I want to say before Tanya comes on is happy birthday. You know, we did. I sang to you on your message. You didn't pick up the phone, not phenomenally, but I sang happy birthday to you in two different cultures, which was nice. And then, you know, I just wanted to tell you how proud I am to be your friend, how proud I am to know you for the last 30 years, I think, and how much I love you and respect you, and you're one of the best. And you know, and then you know, I'm going to sit and listen to somebody else who I have a lot of respect for and a lot of love for, and watch her trade. And my young sister, even though she trades differently than me, I have nothing but respect for Tanya, also my countryman from Croatia
That's
too.
awesome. Yeah, she is. I know you guys hit it off the minute you guys met in person. That was great. No, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you saying that to me. You know how much I love you. You're my big bro. 30 years and we're still going. And like I said, it's funny. Every year we start looking more and more alike. I mean, I do look younger and more tan, but that's just a whole nother conversation.
Yeah,
All
I got to
right,
lose a little
big
more
bro.
weight. It'll be good. All right, I love you.
Yeah,
Bye,
I
guys.
love you. I'll see you later this week.
Bye,
All right,
Tanya.
everybody.
Oh, kill it,
It's
girl.
Monday. It's Monday. And boy, what a group of guests we've had this morning. Nick, if you didn't catch that with Nick earlier, make sure you go back and rewind and watch that later today. That was absolutely fantastic. And of course, we had Big Brother Pax in, Uncle Pax, as Tanya calls Pax, which is a great nickname for him because he really is everybody's uncle on Twitter. That's great. But everybody, it's Monday. And what does that mean for Mondays? It's time to trade the open with Tanya. There she is. Good morning, Tanya.
Good morning, Anthony, and happy birthday. That was quite the the closing from PAX. I love that so much.
Yeah, you know what? He is the best. We've leaned on each other so much over the years. It's you know, Twitter and the communities out there are great. I mean, that's what modern day society is. But you know, he and I spent 15 years together on a trading floor. You know, coming off the floor, seeing each other every day. You rub shoulders with people, and you just build a
hmm
bond that is unbreakable, really. Because when you're together with people, you know, you see them in their worst moments, you see them in their best. You know, and again, the one thing about Pax and myself and many other good friends that I still have from the trading floor is everybody tried to lift each other up around them, and that was the best thing about being in person with people. That I think that
Right.
today's markets don't necessarily have that. It's more of a try of a put down or I'm the best or this or that, and that's why you don't see that from Pax and myself because we've seen the lows and we've seen the highs, and there's a lot of lows out there, and there's always somebody going through something that you don't know what they're going through. And as people, we need to recognize that more on X. So that's kind of my Monday kind of speech. But yeah, no, it's great to be back here with you on a Monday. Maybe let's go to your charts and let's take a look and see what you're seeing coming into the open on this gap down today.
Totally. Yeah, from what you said, it's totally true. Like, I think that there's a lot of people that, yeah, there's a lot of weird competition. People like to show that they're the best at something or something, but like trading is all about competition against yourself and improving yourself. So, yeah, let's get into it. I have Nasdaq and the S&P. We're both gapping down a bit. We're back inside some of the gap. Honestly, like how Pac said, it's like, it's Monday, tomorrow's CPI. I'm not having huge expectations for like a big move today. So pretty much what he said was good. Like go small or not at all because yeah, maybe the opportunity, I think the real opportunity will be more like tomorrow. Um, and we'll see if we end up filling a gap up, essentially, I think. So I'll end up looking at where we closed here, versus where we opened. I think it's easier to see this on like the hourly chart, actually. Um, so we ended up closing here on the NASDAQ around like 938s. And then we opened at like 883. So it's actually not even, it's like a 50-point gap to fill to the upside. I mean, what I do see here, actually, especially if I go to the hourly on ES, is that we have a small divergence there where ES took this low, NASDAQ did not. So, and then we did have a push up back up higher there. So, I think that we could probably go up higher to fill this gap down, I mean. So like ES, the gap fill would be 62.94. And then NASDAQ, yeah, like we talked about, 938 level. And I do want to just make sure I mark this out. Yeah. So, yeah, we had this push up higher on the hourly. We left a fair value gap here. So actually, I'm seeing here at the moment. I don't know which one's too like they look really similar, honestly, when we're thinking about which one is stronger or weaker. I'll have to just gauge it based on the open, essentially. NASDAQ did not take out that low, but also ES seems to have a bigger push. I think NASDAQ came back into this hourly. Let's see here again. They're down around the same. It's literally like, yeah, down 0.3%. So it's just about preference, I suppose, and to see which one's stronger after the open for me to decide which one I want to get involved with. But this is what I'm sort of seeing here. I think honestly, ES had a bigger push there, broke this high faster, and it didn't retrace into this hourly. So at the moment, it had a weaker moment here, but then after that, we had a pretty good push up there. So if I go to the 15-minute, I'll be able to see it. I'm okay with taking either one, I think. They're both very similar trades, but however, if like honestly, if there's not really much to trade today at the open, I'll anticipate it might just be barcode action, where maybe we slowly fill up to this upside, or maybe just at the open we'll end up surging quickly to here. If we just kind of pop up at the open there's not really much I could do. Let's see, 15-minute. Yeah, we had that 15-minute structure shift. We retraced a little bit on NASDAQ. We didn't displace above this high again. So we could maybe retrace again into this area for NASDAQ. Yeah, I'll see if we retrace to 865s at the open. Because these are sort of like pretty equal lows here. Maybe we'll sweep this and then go back up higher. So then I'd be looking for just a shift after hitting this level back to the upside. I think that, and for ES, I marked out this hourly level. We could potentially just not take out the same lows on ES. It's kind of same thing, and have a divergence here maybe. Like, yeah, I'll check out this 730 low for ES. Let's see if we keep it intact versus maybe NASDAQ will take it out. And then I'll just look for some upside follow through. Other than that, I don't really know. I don't really have much of a bias to the downside scenario. Because this just looks like the cleaner trade. Like I think Pax said something similar, like breakouts to the upside. So kind of have a similar idea there. And then we'll see. But definitely I'm not going to be pushing the button too hard today. Because if we do end up coming back lower, it's tricky. We already had a divergence at the low. So that's what I'm going to look at. Is gap fill is probably the easiest trade idea you could have today. I feel like a lot of people will be having that same idea, just based on a lot of different potential strategies. Having the same idea, like gap fills are very, very common. So for someone to have in their trading arsenal. So we'll see. Maybe honestly, I kind of am weirdly anticipating that the open might just be a fast push up to here, and then I'm not sure what we'll do after that if that ends up happening, because I don't really see an entry at pre-market right now. So yeah, we'll see. My preference is that this low, we sweep pre-market low, and then we have a nice energetic shift back up higher would be my perfect storm, essentially.
Yeah, a few things to note before I pop out of here today. A couple things. One is, remember, overnight news, everybody, 30% tariffs, talking about that on the EU. If this if the market, I think, was really concerned about this, you'd probably see us a lot lower. You see, anytime I see a news headline take us lower on a Sunday night open and fail to push through on the lows coming into the regular trading hours open, the news is kind of getting shrugged off at this current moment. We talked a lot about this morning about the bond market. Watch the bond market as it's on the lows of last week. It took out last week's lows. You got gold on last week's highs. Took out their highs. They're more of breaking out. Equity still in the middle of their range, and so watch for those markets. Obviously, we talked about Bitcoin as well, but the rest of the week is a lot where the action is, right? Unless today President Trump makes this announcement about Russia, we'll watch for that. Shai will be in the chat discussing that. So remember, make sure you work your stops because that is at any point in time that can come out with President Trump. And then tomorrow's Tanya's favorite trading day is CPI. So again, you had this news, the market's not taking it and running with it. It's kind of saying, yeah, okay, is it a negotiating tactic? Where are we with this? So just be careful. Don't be over aggressive, I think, on any position sizing this morning.
Totally well said.
And last thing, Tanya, before I let you go, poll this morning. Thank you, everyone, for voting. Over 500 votes, 41% bullish, 28% bearish, 31% neutral. Chad is always very, very smart. Slightly bullish. I get it. Primary trend has been up. Why wouldn't it be a little bit more bullish? Most of these gap downs, unless they're driven, like we said, by major news events, which is not to say this one wasn't, but it's not showing that in a tape with volume and velocity. Markets tend to grind back up into those gaps. 31% neutral, which I think is where a lot of us said watch for maybe a gap fill and maybe a two-way tape. Just keep it small and smart, everybody. And of course, we'll be following Tanja. She's with us every Monday. Hit that like and subscribe button so you never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live. Tanja, I hand it off to you. Thank you so much. It's always great to see you every Monday morning and watch you trade live. Have a great day.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Anthony. Sick. Okay. Lovely, everyone. Yeah, like what he said was that most of you guys, I mean, yeah, the chat's the most neutral I've seen it in a while. It's 41% bullish, 28%, 30% neutral, and 28% bearish. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, like we're literally we gap down, we're opening up basically in the middle of the gap. It's you don't have a lot of room to the upside for me to really comfortably be long here. We didn't completely fill in an imbalance here or something like that. So can't really define the risk well. Because I said we could sweep this out, so I'm not really gonna be long before the open or anything like that. And then the shorts, I mean, every time we have like a short-term sweep of anything, we go back up to the upside. So it's a lot of two-way tape there. So we'll see. But I do have a fun announcement. I'll be announcing a little bit. Fun little challenge. Stay tuned. And I'll let you guys know. Stay tuned. Hit the like button. Maybe when we hit a certain amount of likes, I'll announce it. How many likes are there here? 166. Okay. Once we hit maybe 220 likes, 222 likes, and I'll announce something. But right now we have about 20 minutes until the open. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm open on the 5-minute right now, but honestly, it's best to just stay open on the 15. These are pretty equal lows. 8:30 open is here. Midnight open is here. Okay. It's actually kind of interesting. We basically bounce on midnight open here. You guys, I definitely have a little bit of, I don't think I got a little pink. In the sun. It was a 5.5 hours of golfing 2 days ago. And it went okay. It went okay. It was good. Yeah, so I'm just gonna personally just so I can definitely see the midnight open here, with clear eyes here, and I'm gonna mark it out myself, and then 8:30 open is here. I don't really mind so much for marking out this 8:30 here and at the moment, but I'll have it. Also put it purple. Let's see here. How did everyone fall sleep last night? I feel good. Slept good. I feel like that's such an underrated thing that people don't really track as much, but I'm so into tracking my sleep lately. Look at ES, also same kind of vibe here with this retracement. Is that eight? This is the 9:38. The midnight open is here. Yeah, midnight open. Fun. It's like interesting. Maybe like honestly, it'd be cool if we retest it, but kind of makes sense if we don't. I marked at pre-market low, so I marked at pre-market lows here, but this is midnight open here in NQ and ES. We definitely did bounce on it around London for ES, and then Nasdaq rebounce came back again during 7:30 pullback. Let me check out how many likes are there in the stream right now. Let me refresh. Gotta refresh it. 230. Oh my God, you guys got them up there quickly. Okay, so I'm gonna put a link in the chat, but I'm gonna first talk about what my little announcement is. So basically, we're gonna do next week, 1 week from today, we're gonna do a $1,000 arena challenge. Basically, I'm gonna put a link in the chat, and essentially, this is all about being selective with your A+ setups. You have $1,000 starting sim balance. It's a limited size, and you have one session to prove your edge on Monday. And it's all about how far can you take that $1,000, right? So I made sure like I don't want people to do like YOLO trades and whatever and just like have a huge size and be able to take huge lot size. So we limited them out. It's starting $1,000, and you can have a maximum. You're only trading micros, maximum of 3 micro NASDAQ or 3 micro MES that day on that account. Okay, and the winner at the end of the day is going to get $1,000, like real money, right? Just from being number one that day. And then the rest of the prize money is a $2,500 total prize pool. So the rest of it will be split among like the top 10 on the leaderboard. I'm going to put the little link in the chat where you can register. So it's going to be fun. Yeah. Register here in the chat. Let me put a better link too. All right. Register here for Arena Challenge. I think this is good. Yeah. Is that clickable? Let me know. Or NinjaTrader can just put it in themselves and pin it to the chat. There we go. NinjaTrader put it there. Perfect. So if you click on there and you click register, then you'll be all set for next Monday. And I'll be trading that on that account also during my live session. I'll be popping in and looking at where the leaderboard is, and we'll see if I find an ace up plus setup that day also. And I'll be also be part of it essentially, and I'll be on the be shown on the leaderboard itself as well. So I'll be participating. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Why not? I'm excited, honestly. So make sure you register on there, and that'll be happening 1 week from today. So you get $1,000 sim capital, 3 micro NASDAQ or 3 micro ES maximum, because we're not YOLOing. It's all about being selective, and we'll see at the end of the day who's the most selective and most successful if they're trading that day. And that person, that number one prize will be $1,000 of real money. And then the rest of the money, which is $2,500 total purse, will be split amongst the top 10 on the leaderboard, the rest of the top 10. So super fun. Looks like here pre-market we're just surging up higher. Tough, you guys. It's just going without us, without me. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna find a trade here. We'll see. We'll see. It's 15 minutes definitely pushing up higher there. But yeah, it's gonna be super fun. About 3 minutes until the open. Put a question in the chat if you have a question about the challenge, and then I'll take a look at the chat in like a minute. I'm gonna go just quickly grab my water. I'll be back in exactly 1 minute. So put a question in the chat. Check out the link in the chat about the arena challenge. I'll be back in 10 seconds. All right. Oops, let's go. Yeah, NASDAQ is just popping off. What can I do? We're about to fill that gap, honestly. Got my electrolytes in here. Got my yellow glasses too. There we go. NASDAQ's just popping off pre-market. What do you guys think? Now this is tough because we're just basically filled the gap before the open. Kind of sucks. It's typically like the open will inject that volatility. So 2 minutes till open. Let me check out the chat, and I'll okay, check the check out the chat. There's a new link there now. Let's see. Refresh the link. Should be working now. Some people said comp is full. Now, refresh the link. Should work now. Then we'll be good. Okay, someone signed up. Faina Trades Future signed up for the challenge. Cool. You can sign in, scroll down to browse competitions, and sign up for Tanja Trades 1K Arena Challenge also. Okay, I have Steve saying it works now. Cool. Tim Payne says it's a day before CPI. Consider price action cooked. Don't we all? Don't we all? Yeah, you guys, for this competition also, there's also only 1,500 spots, but they're all up for grabs right now. Refresh the link. The old link was for prior competition, so refresh it now, and it should be good. Let me know once you registered. And here we are. We filled the open already. So this is a tough one, you guys. So the question is like, start looking back in the hourly essentially in the 4 hour. Yeah, the question is just like, okay, are we just now going to take out this high, I suppose, is the next buy side liquidity target? But the easy trade is gone for the day. We already have our gap fill, so it's tough. It's tough, you guys. But isn't that what summer trading is all about? Just being selective. I just had a podcast come out actually on Chart Fanatics about all about high probability trades, waiting for your A plus setups. So if I'm just looking back on the daily real quick, yeah, we swept previous day low. I mean, the question is, are we going to go back to previous day high? I don't know. It's a day before CPI. Like, I'm not really thinking that we'll end up going all the way up here. That's why I said the gap fill was the idea. I don't think we'll get, this is the previous daily high. This is the next buy side, which is the next 4 hour high. I mean, that's totally possible if we just continue having this surge up higher. Yeah, so you have midnight out, like 8:30 open, midnight open, we're much above that on NASDAQ and ES. The next buy side is up here at 6:30, 63.13 on ES and 23.22 on NASDAQ. But like I said, I'm not really particularly super bullish to be looking for us to do that a ton. So I'm kind of just looking at where's the previous 4 hour highs. It literally is that. It's tough. This is a tough one because of that gap down. So it's not like this is here and we can maybe sweep this high or something. So I mean, it's more of a chance that we'll have to see what we come back into at the open. I'll just continue watching. That was quite the surge at the open, actually. So there's not even a fair value gap to start it off. We filled the gap. We filled the gap. We're staying above it right now, but toughy. It's tough. Gap fill. This down here is 8:30 open. But the thing is, like what we talked about, right? If it's not easy, I don't really want it. It's not easy, I don't want it. And tomorrow's CPI, that's my favorite day to trade. So it'd be like foolish of me to be really pushing too hard on a setup that doesn't make sense. But that's not a lot of confluences. We or a setup that's kind of like maybe it'll do this, you know. So I don't really have a clear idea at the moment. I have to wait because we filled the gap before the open. But yeah, in the meantime, you guys can, you know, a lot of people in the chat are saying, oh man, today the price action's cooked. Meantime, might as well sign up for the NinjaTrader simulated trading challenge that I just announced, the arena challenge. Should work now. Let me check out the chat again. All right. Tanya, use your mic off. I'm good. Toucan said, is it too risky to put a trade on before the 9:30 open? It's not. Sometimes it could be because sure, it is a little riskier. Sometimes like if you're following the structure and you put that stop at the most recent low, and there's like a gap below it, like we'll sweep it before, like I said, that's what I was looking for before we filled the gap. But yeah. me think 1 second. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so first place in the competition will get $1,000. Second place, 500. Third place, they get 300, and then fourth to 10th place, each $100 each. That's fun. Just for one day of trading. It's fun. Mm. So yeah, we filled the gap. Now what do we do? What do we do now? I honestly think that today, like this 4 hours, like where else are we gonna go with this 4 hour candle? You know? I'll see the next hourly candle. Essentially, I think that's my best bet. It's sort of waiting. The next hourly candle is just an inside candle. It's gonna be cooked. And you do have like this hourly did come into this 1 hour sippy and it's rejecting right now, but from what we've seen with this price action, it could come back. So we've filled the gap. Day before CPI. Definitely, we're not having any sort of trendy type situation where I'm like, okay, yeah, we're definitely coming back here and then we're gonna go break all these lows. We're not getting that kind of information, like structure. So see, this is 9:30. I mean, this is midnight open. Midnight open. And I had the pre-market lows marked out as well. I mean, it makes sense. It's the most neutral chat has ever been. It makes sense if we kind of literally just barcode a bit, not gonna lie. So let's just see on the 1 minute again what's going on. Yeah, that big wick from NASDAQ near the open, retracement down, now back up. Yeah, slightly weaker, not really too much. They're pretty similar structures here. I don't really trust these FEGs lined up here. I'm sure they're on like the 5 minute because we already gap filled and we have like equal lows down here. This one took it out by a tick, but they're still pretty equal. And we already hit that buy side, the first buy side. So I would have to wait and see for price action to really prove to me that we're having more bullishness. And yeah, that's not gonna happen. I'm kind of thinking that we might just barcode. I'm gonna preserve my mental capital, So yeah, that was kind of incredible how quickly we hit 220 likes on the video. So that was fun. Mike W said, "So is this a team Tanya's team versus Kane's team?" Uh, I don't know. No, I don't think so. No, it's every man for themselves during my challenge. Because it's $1,000 cash prize. You don't want to split that $1,000 cash prize with anybody. Psh. For the number one spot. That's fun, honestly. Let's see here. making sure I'm signed up as well, because today we opened the link, so I'm posting, putting my name there, uploading my little image. You can put a little profile picture. There you go. Okay, I joined. I joined myself too. It starts in 6 days, 23 hours, 48 minutes. And I'll be trading it next Monday. I'll trade that account. All right, so what do we have so far here in the open? Not a lot, not a lot. We finally made the first FEG of the day was kind of bleh, honestly. It wasn't really the first presented one. Not really much to write home about there. We ran through that, and then now we're dropped again. C'est la vie. I think I'll probably end up having to see what's gonna go on at like 10 a.m. Like just in terms of like the new hourly open. Um, this is a wild wick. The wicks really be wicking. So I mean, I'll have this previous hourly. We have the sell side down here. I mean, yeah, I said I don't really trust this FEG to hold up because we already did the gap fill and came back, hit some buy side. So hit my upside target essentially. So I don't trust that this like candle's gonna close. I don't trust that 96 is gonna hold. All right, we're back below 8:30 open now. Yeah, it didn't hold. Lovely. But everybody is sort of continuing to hold there for a larger breakout at the open after the gap fill is like, stopped out. Now we surged all the way back down to that pre-market low liquidity level. All right. Honestly, it was more volatility than I was expecting. Did anything come out? That's when I see something like that, I'm like really ready to check if there's a headline. Let's see. Anything here? Mm-mm. Walter Bloomberg, just checking. No. 11 minutes ago, Brazil to ask US for a tariff reduction to 30% now. Tesla shares hit 2-week high after Musk says he does not support merger between Co and XI, last up 1.3%. Okay. No, there's not really any headline news for the last 2 minutes. Okay, simply it's just seek and destroy there, For me to try a short, there was no type of entry anyway either. Just letting you guys know. So I'm just gonna continue to wait. I said I'd wait for 10 a.m. open. Just kind of a 10 a.m. candle to see what's going on here. It's kind of wild. We're back in this. I mean, I want to see NASDAQ hold this area if we're gonna go back up higher again, It needs to hold this area. This hourly FEG essentially. We just went from hourly FEG here to this hourly FEG. Kind of wild wick there. So there's 15 minutes left in this hourly candle. We'll see if it holds this or if it, completely slams through. ES is definitely a bit stronger. It's not below its midnight open like NASDAQ is. It's not below some pre-market lows. It's not back in its hourly FEG that it does have still open though. It never retraced there. So NASDAQ's definitely the weaker sister today, right? The ES hourly isn't quite as red. It was still green literally a minute ago. Just got back to the open of this hourly candle. I mean, I'll be watching like midnight open if ES comes back. Maybe ES comes back or doesn't. I don't know. We'll see. This still 15 minutes left. So, I mean, what I can see here is probably see if there's like just a humongous FEG here. I think that's pretty safe to mark out like this. Humongous. Took out 830, all these lows. If we're gonna have any kind of reversal, it would go strongly back up through here. But this is the one I would be marking out. Yeah. CES. What's love got to do with it? Yes, I didn't even hit pre-market low yet. All right, so who signed up for the challenge? Let me know in the chat who's signed up. Faina Trades is. Oh, we have 1.4 people in the chat right now. So if you didn't hear my announcement earlier, which was pretty much a pre-market, we had about 800 people. There is a link pinned in the chat. We're doing an arena challenge 1 week from today, next Monday. Sign up, you'll get $1,000 in sim funds, and you can only trade micros and also like you can only take up to 3 micro contracts. So it's all about being selective. And the person at the number 1 of the leaderboard will get, at the end of the day, will get $1,000 cash prize, with $1,500 in cash prizes split up between places 2 to 10. So $2,500 total cash pool for the top 10 on the leaderboard. Number 1 gets $1,000. What was I saying before? I was like, number 2 gets 500. Yeah, then 300, then 200, then 100. Cool. So, all right, well, we completely had a nice bounce there then. We're starting, I mean, look, we're probably going to disrespect this on NASDAQ. What time is it? 9:48? Okay. We'll see how we react here. Came back into an hourly. I mean, right now it's a lot of bouncing back and forth, but we'll see if this is the manipulation leg down lower for us to go back higher. Yes, definitely stronger, right? Didn't even hit the pre-market lows. See the hourly, yes. Yeah, look at that hourly. Came back to the open and then bounced there on ES, like the open of the hourly candle essentially. Yes, definitely stronger. It's about to take new high of the session. Oh, I'm sitting up in my chair. Again, this is just starting to look more interesting. Okay. This is a gap fill. This is the next buy side liquidity. Unlike the 4-hour. Yeah, NASDAQ completely inverted this 1 minute. FEG, I took out the lows. To be honest, I'd be totally fine with NASDAQ. Yeah, I'd actually prefer if NASDAQ catches up too. I'm still gonna wait until 10 a.m. We only have 10 more minutes. What a wild 4-hour candle this last candle was, right? Came back into this gap, then came back into this gap. Where do you think we're gonna end on the 4-hour? If we end up kind of in the middle of, I wouldn't love it. Let's see. Yes, just took out new high of day, wicked above it. Let's see if it holds above it. Hmm. Okay. Just check out the 5-minute ES. The 15 is wild. Okay. Yeah, Nasdaq, ever since we inverted this, we did have a tiny little retest there and then went up. I think the play would be to, yeah, first off, I will wait until 10 a.m., but the play would probably be to long ES. I really do want Nasdaq to catch up though. I don't want Nasdaq to like not take out a new high of day. And I'd be totally fine if we end up creeping up towards here because I'd rather us be towards the higher end of the range to go for some more continuation rather than be in the middle of the range. The thing is, I can't really justify a long here. The stop would be so wide. 907, it would be like a 50-point stop. On the day there, I don't think that it's going to be a large range day, so it could be tough. Yeah, Nasdaq didn't hit new high of day yet. Yes, not really able to hold above new highs. So we'll see if this low holds or not. So the argument could be made that ES just made an equal low to get to run through, and then we'll have a seek and destroy type environment, which is more likely since it's Monday, no news. We already hit this, so we'll see. We'll see. I would personally like for Nasdaq to. I would like it to see us hold this. It's a large zone, but it's this zone essentially. And I would like to see Nasdaq make break another swing high. Yeah, 10 a.m. open. Just gotta be patient here. I don't really like the divergences. We'll see if we get some more legs in NASDAQ or if we're just, it would be annoying if it does come back into here and we just barcode. So let's see if we break this high. We can stay above the gap fill area. See the 2-minute. Does the 2-minute look cleaner? Not so much. 3-minute. Looks very similar. Like what happened here on the 4-hour? Yeah. Okay. The hourly candle literally swept previous hourly high. This FEG has swept all these lows here into this one. And now we'll see how we end up on NASDAQ. It's starting to look weaker, so I think it could kind of just barcode more. So I'd rather wait for like another liquidity sweep or something at 10. Maybe we'll sweep. Maybe ES will take this low and NASDAQ won't. That's totally possible. Maybe ES will take this previous hourly low, sweep some of these lows as well, maybe into here. Maybe NASDAQ then ends up being stronger, since we could keep seeing divergences happen like intraday. We'll see. No trade for me yet so far, because the easy day of the trade would have been if the gap wasn't filled yet. So let's just see what happens here. I would want to go for, I think I'd rather be long, but after either we, sweep this again on ES or this on NASDAQ, or maybe we'll generate some liquidity and sweep within this zone. Anything could happen really right now. But NASDAQ definitely weaker, didn't hit new high day. But really, I want to be careful about what kind of trade I take here in this kind of environment. Tomorrow's CPI it's probably going to be easier. It's my favorite day. CPI is my favorite day to trade. Straight up, I talked about that during my podcast with Riz's new channel, Chart Fanatics. So if you want to see like my A+ setup, you go to Chart Fanatics. YouTube just posted, and that was fun. So let's see here. Yeah, you guys, chat has been mostly neutral. The poll was mostly neutral, like because it was pretty much split between everything, right? It was mostly bullish, or 41% bullish, 30% neutral, 28% bearish, but all in all, those are really cut down the middle. So rightfully so, What do we have today, right? We don't have one directional day so far, right? Really just bouncing between levels. So we're headed lower a bit. Yeah. I'm just gonna see. We couldn't hold above this for ES. What's the Dow doing? Let me know in the chat, did you take a trade yet today, or are you sitting out a bit because tomorrow's CPI and all that we talked about with the gap? The no news today. Volume's definitely strong. It's never gone below its 9:30 open, really. Except for like it hasn't made a new low this session. So yeah, it's definitely a bit stronger. Hmm. Definitely a slow day a little bit. Let's see. What's the range for today? I can measure it. I'll measure it. 137 points on NASDAQ. Okay, not too bad of a range. But yes, definitely smaller range. Let's see. Okay, 16.75. Not too bad of a range for ES either. We're below like 930 open on ES. And NASDAQ still, like ES couldn't really have fall through to more upside. That's why I said I didn't love that. You know, I would rather NASDAQ catch up to new high of day also, or near at least this new swing high. Because it kind of is annoying if you have divergences on the low and the high. Like this on NASDAQ took out this low, so you could think that's bullish, but then we didn't take out the high, so that's bearish. So it's really 50-50. The 10 a.m. open is here now, so let's see what happens. 10 a.m. candle starting to form here. Yes, retracing into this here, yeah, into its BPR here. Sort of last line in the sand if it's not going to take, if it's going to hold this and not take out this low or this low. I would honestly prefer it to hold this since the divergence is here, to hold that divergence. But I'm up for whatever. I mean, this is pretty much tough environment. Pretty much. I don't know if it's seek and destroy yet. I think it's okay. I think the bulls are still in play, right? So we'll see. See, Sophia said stop loss for me today. Junior said I just got here, LOL. If you just got here, check out the link in the pinned to the chat. We're doing a challenge a week from today. A contest, basically, a challenge. Okay. Rexley says sitting out demo today. What do you like about CPI days? It seems so volatile and almost like gambling. I'm not trading like CPI release. I'm trading after the open and pretty much after 9:45. And I love volatility. Volatility is good. What I like about CPI is that a lot of times you'll find like really good reversal trades, really good continuation trades. It's low resistance liquidity run conditions where like the swing high that took out the swing low remains intact if you're going lower, right? For example, this is a high resistance liquidity run condition because if you're going to go here, straight here, you know, this low would have remained intact, but didn't, swept it. Anish said he's not sure of the buy, so no trade today, only demo. Okay. Good morning, Chris Boxes. Let's see. What's the importance of a 10 o'clock candle? Just a new hourly candle. That I'd like to see. I like to see if it sweeps a liquidity. In the previous 4 hourly, it's just creating another hourly candle, right? So, I mean, this is where this hourly closed right here. We opened here. We're having inside action right now. Bond ES. Also some inside action. So ES is holding so far where I said it should. I'm gonna wait and see. Maybe we'll have some more upside. Let's see. Let me mark out this swing high here. NASDAQ also looking pretty good there. Definitely did hold and only retrace a tiny bit. Didn't even retrace the 50%, of course, but held this inversion, only retraced a tiny bit. Held this BPR essentially, this bullish FEG. And ES is held this last line essentially in the sand. And so making a new swing high. I would have preferred it for this to be a 1 minute. There's no FEG there, so I'm not going to enter anything. Had it broken it with like a nice FEG displacement, I probably would have tried to long. But no, nothing yet. So now I just kind of just mark this now. See that hourly on ES, also same vibe. Previous hourly is such a large range. So this one could be high resistance. Or we could just have an inside candle even, but we'll see. I prefer it to go more upside. But we stopped here, had a nice push up. See NASDAQ. You know, NASDAQ not even creating any new bullish FEGs at the moment yet. Let's see if NASDAQ sort of takes out new highs also, swing highs. It's kind of developing these equal highs now here. Let me check out what we are on the day. See, ES is down 0.13%, NASDAQ is down 0.1%. Okay. Again, we're not like having displacement. If we're just wicking, then it's no bueno. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see this candle has to close. 30 seconds left in the candle. I prefer it to be a nice displacement. Yeah, honestly, it'd be good because on NASDAQ, especially if it disrespects this, show some catch up. I'd rather long ES. I'd go probably for buy side up here or like 2R, something like that. All right, well, it's looking pretty good. We'll see how this candle closes on ES if it creates an FEG. NASDAQ not having a nice displacement. It's not stopping at that gap fill area. I'll have a better idea after this candle. I don't really love trading inside candles. So I don't like that NASDAQ paused here again, so I'm not going to take that long on ES. There's also, yeah, on the 1 minute, there's no FEG there again, so that's why I've been filtering out actually that trade. Yeah, it looked good. I said I'll have a better answer after there. If this candle didn't touch this candle's close here, then I would have tried it, but there's no FEG there on the 1 minute. So a lot of people ask, like, what's an FEG? So this is one here. See that there's like a space between the bottom of this candle and the top of this one? So it shows like willingness to expand. However, for this leg, like we already hit buy side, right? And NASDAQ had a divergence, so I'm not really ready to just buy in here. I'm waiting to see more willingness, like more displacements to the upside. We're not really getting that at the moment. It feels as if just kind of barcoding or generating some more equal highs or liquidity. She's like, all right, but I'm essentially just waiting for that to happen. Maybe it's swinging a swing high, and the next one will. But I can't really trust that this low will stay intact then, right? So basically just eyes on whether we, yeah, I'm gonna change this. Next, this is the next swing high. I mean, I see there's a 1 minute bearish FEG here and here. It's been holding price down for a little bit, but I'm just essentially waiting for a 1 minute FEG to the upside to get long in, and it's not happening. So lack of continuation to the upside is what I'm seeing. So then I don't really trust this low to stay intact at the moment. Come back. We're just in an inside candle on the hourly anyway. I did see pre-market. I was like, oh, I'm sort of like worried if we just fill the gap right at the open, I'm not gonna have much to do. Simply, that's what's been happening, right? At least you could form your plan there, and then it really helps me not like to jump into something right away, right? Because I don't know who knows how many people like jumped into shorts after this push down, right? And then they just got stopped down immediately, or or they're just having their stops here and they'll eventually get stopped. We'll see. Yeah, we're just wicking, Dan. Just keep wicking these highs on NASDAQ, the last swing high. So anyway, let me check out the chat since I don't see anything right now. Let me see what you guys are up to. Any questions? Tinashe says they took a trade and they got burnt today. It's okay, you're learning though. Like, you know, journal it, then you'll know next time. MW says definitely high resistance here, yeah. Parf asking me any trades today? Not yet. I don't see anything good yet. Well, like I said, I didn't trust this low to stay intact here on ES because we didn't have any. I was looking for longs. If we had a 1 minute FEG here, I would have probably tried long ES. But good thing I didn't, right? So look, we're taking out now. Made a new low in the hourly. Swept a little bit of a low here. Maybe this will be the sweep to then join longs. Who knows? Maybe we'll see. I need to just wait and see, wait for those short-term highs to get broken of a displacement. And it's not happening. NASDAQ didn't take out this intraday low. You have a small SMT there on the 1. Maybe this is going to start the move up. Well, ES not really looking that promising. I need to see more like upside. NASDAQ, no 1 minute FEG to the upside either, but it's looking a little bit better. At least it closed above the gap fill. So maybe it'll start catching up to the upside. Maybe we'll start seeing some more bullishness from ES. What was this here? Doesn't matter. It's 8:30 open. This doesn't matter too much. Okay. I'm starting to like how this is looking on ES. Let's see if this is a 1 minute FEG here. I like this low completely filled this FEG, and we're having some divergence there. So we'll see if this is a one. We'll see if it could, well, if that will remain become an FEG or not. Looks like it is. So I'll get ready to enter soon. You have one here too. If the, well, we have to see how this closes. I'm really not in any rush. Looking good, looking good. I'm glad that Nasdaq's finally catching up to some upside here. Okay. Nasdaq finally having some follow through to the upside. So this is looking good for more bullishness, and I'm happy now that we're like more in sync. So I'm ready to enter along. It comes down to it. Oh my gosh, there's so many here. I'd rather wait for this one here. This is probably, yeah, this is a bullish breaker too. 92.50. So I have a limit fill there. It's a pretty good area. I think should be sensitive. We'll see if it comes back to it, but I don't want to be longing up here. I think it could come back to this one. So high here. We'll see. In the 30-second real quick. Okay, I did break this leg up. I'll keep an eye on what happens in this 1 minute. Because we did close above the gap. It's higher one. Don't really want to long in such a premium up here, so that's why I have my longs down here. But if it might be worth it to just do that. See on the hourly. Yes, on the hourly, it looks okay. Looks good actually, because it's near the high. NASDAQ, yeah, made another FEG up here. Completely wicked it. Wicked this too. Deciding whether or not to long here. I mean, this is this high. How many seconds left? 30 seconds left. If I long here, put my stop here, I would aim for here. 312. Time is at 10:20. I have to long there, honestly, because of that reaction. Uh-oh, this might be zooming without me, but that was such a good reaction. Oh my goodness. That's okay. I'll find another long. 1 second. That was good. It's a good reaction. I have to rethink about where that stop would be if I enter that. Okay. It's fine. I'm just gonna wait for another entry. It didn't come to my fill here. That's not a nice wick. Okay. I think I just need a long ES, not gonna lie, and put my stop on below this. Hmm. I think it's okay to do that. Came into here, there, that. Now we're all in sync. NASDAQ running up higher. Yeah, I think we're just gonna continue running higher, to be honest. I'm gonna try to long there on ES. If it retrace, I need it to at least retrace to here, to be honest. Where it broke the high of the day. Yeah, that's where I would put my stop. Below this. Because you don't want to have a reversal up here. If you're gonna have continuation, right? Okay. Yeah, that'll be a 4-point stop. It's just a 1 minute FEG there. Cool, 4-point stop. Let's see. Trying ES continuation trade. If we end up taking this out inverting, then we're just having another range day. But I want to see us to go just straight up to here. And I like this reaction there and this one here. So I like this. This came about 4.5 to make, like, I don't know, 14. NASDAQ looking good too. Staying in the upper half of this, which is good. NASDAQ wicking it nicely too. So I want to see some power up to the upside now. Don't want to see like more retracements. Otherwise we'll be cooked, chat. Oh, that's not good. We'll see if we're gonna get cooked. So then honestly, I might just take a stab short at Nasdaq if I get stopped out of this. But we'll see. We gotta see. Wait and see. It's a decent reversal type trade versus the last hourly high then. Yeah, I don't like that reaction. I'm gonna close ES earlier. I'm closing that trade earlier. Probably gonna look for Nasdaq shorts. See here. Well, it doesn't even retrace for me. That's okay. Got out of that early. It's just literally in that trade for 2 minutes, cut it real quick. Waiting, still waiting. Happy I cut this. It's fine. I'm just looking at NASDAQ here. That high again. Yeah, I'll have to probably look for shorts. I said I needed to hold this, right? Once we didn't, that's why I cut the trade there. No retracement back into here though. Well, I just needed to come back another couple points. Oh, this is the last swing low before that high. I anticipate us to take this out, honestly, then. See number two. Oh, well, I'm gonna have my sells in limit for NASDAQ. I don't know if we'll get there. but I'm not going to chase this. I mean, the reason why I'm flipping, I made clear, it's because we swept a previous hourly high. We couldn't stay above it. So I'm just going to have to go with the back and forth tape. So we're in a premium of here, the range. I need to just go for a short, which is why I'm willing to flip it, but we'll see. Let's see. Rather, I need it to retrace and see on the 2 to make it worth it, right? So I think it'll go to 901. $902. The whole range of the day. Are we still in the upper half of it? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just gonna wait for retracement back up at least, dude, at least to here, 950s. And if it doesn't do it, then I can't do anything about that, really. Free falling. There ain't nothing I can do if we don't retrace back to at least 48s or 50s before going to here. So I'm just gonna wait for that. a bunch of FEGs here on the 2-minute, the 3-minute. I mean, we fell through this much, I would think that we'd retrace to them. So chilling, waiting for my entry essentially. The thing is, I'm trying to figure out what's the best. If I just enter here, it's like a 40 to make 50. It's like all right, but maybe I'll put the midpoint. Yeah, probably the midpoint of this. This is not 50% even, so it could come all the way back into here. So I mean, I'll see I'll be entering it as it retraces, to be honest. Let's see. 56. Probably the midpoint of this. Or even this one, honestly. I want to get a good entry. What time is it? 10:38. Okay. You literally have these huge here, this and this, these bearish FEGs. To be honest, yeah, I'd want to short probably midpoint of this. Or here. Six. Put a fill in at 56. I don't like it. Yeah. It's on the 1-minute also, or what is this? I was looking at the 30-second there, but we have an FEG there that we didn't retrace to. And a breaker. We have this sell side here. To be honest, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, cool. My sell's in. My stop would be the high. So then I would be risking like 33 to make like 50. It's pretty good. 55. After I get filled, I'll just make sure that I have my stop at the proper spot. Yep. Okay, I'm filled in this short here on NASDAQ. So if this is like a back and forth day, which I think it is, like we just didn't have continuation, we just swept an hourly high, had an inversion. I'm just simply shorting in like the 50% of it. Then I think we could go for this low here, from imbalance below it before we hit the next high, right? So let's see if that works out. It's basically, yeah, sweeping, yeah, looking for a reversal. So I shortened 50% of the range of the leg, and I put my stop at the high. And yeah, let's see how this goes. It could retrace a little bit more. I wouldn't be worried. Because we do have another FEG higher in premium. This is like the first inversion on the one where it happened. So yeah, I'm gonna just hold. Happy I waited, I didn't chase like down here or anything. So looking all right so far. I'm just gonna leave it on the 2 minute. I think that the 2 minutes look just cleaner with these FEGs where I've marked them out before. Yeah, let's dig into the one in premium. Be great if it rejected it. Let's see. It's a good rejection so far. So let's see now some follow through to the downside would be good. I would like us to start rejecting and expanding lower essentially. Let's see. about 2 minutes, 3 minutes in drawdown, back to break even now. So ideally, start seeing it expand towards my direction. That was like the next like smaller swing high. So let's see. At least if we hit this low, that's a 1R, just letting everybody know. Because if you obviously if you short 50% of the retracement when you reach the extension of the leg, that would be 1R. But I'm aiming for here. ES is looking okay. Let's put ES on the 2-minute too, because honestly the 1 minute's kind of bleh. ES weak. NASDAQ, it's definitely not continuing fast in my direction, so it's okay. Take your time. This 2 minutes not over though. ES is 2 minutes pretty nicely red. Let's see. Time is it 10:50? 10:50 macro, you guys. What do you think will happen next from 10:50 to 11:10? I think we'll go for the downside. Which is obviously why I'm in the short. Just thinking about how that hourly is going to close. I think it's totally possible. Yeah, certainly not doing much. Certainly weak. 2 minute in ES, closed red, closed down. NASDAQ like slightly green, whatever. I'm just gonna hold this. That I don't like at all, right? Because it's coming back again, breaking that swing high. Don't love it, but still in it. Let's see, it's 10:52. 10:52. Fun. Chill about ES is just remaining in that area where I shorted NASDAQ. Yeah, on the hourly. Yeah. We're close. We're close to my stop out. So honestly, it's tough market. So if this stops me out, like totally just gonna log off for the day and just wait for CPI tomorrow. It's still not stop me out though. So still chilling here. I'm not gonna close it early. Can just be a messy tape. $10.54. Gonna hold. I think I'll stay on here as long as my trade's working out. I mean, is still in as long as I'm still in the trade, you guys. Like this takes maybe I'll just be on with Stowe for a little bit.
That's cool with me. Good morning.
Good morning, Stowe. How are you?
What's up? I'm good. How you doing?
I'm chilling, trying these shorts out. I mean, at first I tried it. I quickly cut it though. It's a continuation long for ES, and I was like, okay, then seems like a seek and destroy day. We took out the previous hourly high, then I'll short a retracement. But it's just been in drawdown for a bit, quite a bit. So it's probably not going to work out, but I'm still holding it because it's not invalidated.
That's fair. This 980 level has been haunting me for now. This is like the 10th day.
Yeah.
I don't know. I took one short
Probably gonna stop me out now. Yeah, you took a short
at
on
10:25, but I got out of it when we got back to the overnight high. So just a quick little guy. I don't quite know what this market is up to right now. It's making me feel strange, so I'm being extra cautious this week. That's my plan.
Same. And we stopped right before my stop, so we'll see what ends up happening here. That was really weird. That was wild here. We paused right here.
There's still a ton of offer up there, man.
We'll see. Yeah. It ain't over till it's over.
Nope, it ain't over till it's over.
Be pretty
yeah.
epic.
Last week was exhausting for me. I don't know about you, but I felt like I traded like 2 months in just that 1 week time frame. So
Totally.
I gotta chill this week.
Yeah, totally. Totally see how that was a tough week last week. I think I did okay. I think I started off rough, but then I ended up having a nice close to the week. Last week was okay, but it definitely required a lot of like mental capital.
Yes.
I liked your tweet that you said, where it was like, what was it again? It was something like, that you notice that it's like 2 months of mental capital for you.
Yes, it was. I would get done and it would be like, I would just go sit on the couch and I'm like, my brain was just toast. I had nothing for anything. My kid would be trying to get me to do something. I'm like, oh, what's happening? Okay.
Mhm.
And it's when a screen is exhausting you that much, that's when you know you're probably pressing a little too hard and working a little too hard at some of that stuff. So this always happens to me at all-time highs too.
Stopped out.
Rats.
Oh well. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's pretty barcode action. It's a tough day to trade this. So
Yep.
took the stop out. It's gonna come back tomorrow, honestly. You said like you're so distracted you can't your kid can't get a hold of your attention.
Well,
That's
it's just
tough.
like, no, I'm just like, yeah, my brain has been spent watching price all day. And when that happens, I know I'm working way too hard to stay in longs at all-time highs, which should be an easy ish task for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my cue to pull back a little bit. Not try to force stuff at the highs, press the edges as hard. It's clearly trying to
Yeah.
auction itself up here. So it's a
I
marathon,
know,
not a
right?
race, they say.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one today. I mean, I wanted a gap fill and then it just didn't. We already gap filled before the open, so it's like, okay, I'll try a couple things. I put some money down, but that's okay for me because it's like, all right, you put some money down and find out that it's just not working out very much in either way. Even if like a reversal trade's just really hard. I mean, I tried it here. I thought, okay, we took out previous 4-hour and hourly high, and we had that wick, and like we dropped, like I'll short the retracement, and yeah, we just kept grinding up higher. So that's fine. Tomorrow's CPI, so that's gonna be fun.
Yep, that's true.
Let's
Do
see.
we have any news today? I don't. I think today's a nothing.
No,
Yeah. Okay.
not a fun day to be trading.
Cool. So market's just gonna float back up, and then
Literally.
fair enough.
Like, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like fine with this. You gotta just take the risk on in case like sometimes it will be a fine, like it'll work out. Like you can't just, I'll never just like not take the trade, because like just get to let the probabilities work out, because you never know what that time is gonna work out to.
Yep. Nope. Absolutely.
So yeah, I don't know. We just took out, we just started a new hourly, so that kind of sucks. So yeah, we just started a new hourly candle. I have no bias for today anymore. Do you have any specific bias?
Nah.
Yeah,
I mean, we're just sitting in this
back
giant.
over.
The stuff I look at on a higher time frame is just. I mean, I thought we were going to get out of it. I thought maybe last night had the potential, but this also often happens on Sundays at all-time highs. Is you get a big gap down on some sort of macro thing, and then the market just decides never mind. And it actually did that quite like right off of the that London session. It's kind of the most insane example of it I've seen in a long time. It just that was the tick, the low of the day was the London Open. So I don't know. Asia usually starts that gap, and then London is the decider if it wants to continue or not. So looks like they said no today.
Yeah, today is a tough one. I mean, it looks like it's gonna just go to that 2320s probably. Now that we like I said, we're not really having follow through to either side. It's like easy follow through. So
yep. Well, this is what I'm
yeah.
looking at on like the higher time frame. It's just this big. I mean, this is like literally from a stupid volume profile textbook. It's just this
cool.
big giant balance. This is like a perfect auction, and then these are the monthly VWAP bands, which are completely flat. We're inside. We're testing the top of it now, but this is just like this is perfect balance.
Right.
Which is annoying.
Profile, because when you see all of that humongous it's literally like evenly like distributed. Yeah.
Yep.
Looks like a bell curve.
Yep. When it's perfect like this. And then so this is like reading this, you're kind of looking at like this is a perfect balance. We left this volume up here, so
True.
Retest this will be curious because this is, I don't know, this is an auction that made a decision, but down here this excess also means the price rejected this fairly quickly. So
True.
yeah.
Okay. Fair
but
enough.
for a breakout trader who likes to press the edges, this is not awesome to look at.
Yeah, I think I tried like I'm sure many people would consider that like a breakout long at on ES at like 10, what was it? 10:25, then literally at 10:26, 10:27 I caught it. I was like, yeah, that's not gonna work out. And then saved some money there, but certainly not not the easiest of days. So just gonna wait until tomorrow for me personally.
Cool.
Yeah. Have a great day. Are you going to continue trading now? When do you trade from 11 to 12?
Yep. I'll be on till noon. I don't know what this is going to do. The day is kind of giving me some hope that I can maybe scalp along off of this. You know, we're making these higher highs.
Yeah,
This is looking like a trendy-ish day.
right.
Came back, so hit the +2, come back, grab VWAP, and then this grindy action when the candles look like this 45-degree angle. That is kind of this cover thing that happens typically into the if
True.
longs are going to press off of, if London is still long and wants to stay long, this looks like a robot that's just buying the hell out of this. So I don't know.
Yeah, we just hit that 2320s area, like that high, the 4-hour high. So like you said, we'll see if it goes back into that and rejects that.
Yep.
Yeah. Or if it's going to continue past it. So yeah. Good luck and good trading. That does make sense. But honestly, today I don't like the price action. So I'm like, yeah, I'm done with this essentially. If you're not gonna have like a clean continuation or a clean reversal, not much I could do about that.
Yep.
Maybe here it's gonna end up being a rejection from that 4-hour high. But I don't know where that, yeah, I'm good. I already tried it. So it's past 11. I'm gonna just close my programs essentially for the day and wait for easier action probably tomorrow.
Word. Yeah, ES is doing its weird thing. It's just like, I feel like I've been in the same day every day.
ES is straight up like a range today. It's like they barely even left its range at all. Yeah. It's definitely looking more barcodey. In that regard.
Yeah.
So it started off, what was it? It started off stronger. And then NASDAQ hit that high way before ES did, new high of day. So straight up not one of my favorite types of days to trade when you keep switching which one's longer, which one's stronger and weaker.
Man, it sure has been doing that, hasn't it?
All the time, intra-session too, which is
Yes.
really annoying because like you're like, okay, I'm gonna short the weaker one, and then it picks up. You're like, wait, what's going on here now?
Yeah, I forget who I was telling this to last week, but I didn't realize how much I relied on the correlation between ES and NQ until the last couple weeks when they have been flip-flopping like every 45 minutes. Yeah, I think that was also part of the thing that put me in the weeds is I underestimated the amount of my pattern recognition that I put into that. So yeah, that has also been challenging.
Totally.
But
Well,
the game's hard.
if it was easy, everyone would do it, right?
Personally, I don't think anybody should do this, but we're doing it. So
Yeah. All right. Good luck and good trading, still. I'll see you
awesome.
later.
Thanks, Tanya.
Ciao.
What up? What up, chat? Morning, buddies. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Morning, Omni. Hey, brother. Is the Dow partying today? I didn't even pull it up. I know you text me that. Time for bed. Morning, Juan. Good morning, friend Tintin. Yes. Seleniman. Yes. Hey, Jim. Good morning, brother. Yes, Seleniman. I did take one trade today. And it was a short. How about that? Your boy still got a short off today. Good morning. Good morning, Edwards. I don't know if I'm reformed. I'm glad I got out of it when I did. It was, yeah. So it was right here. I'll show you this. Obviously, this 980 if you've been watching the streams at all, you've watched me go through great pain with this 980 level, and we got a push above exhaustion, delta flip. We got every reversal sign that existed right here. So I got short here at 974, and then got out of it, the whole thing at 945. So just two lot scalpy guy. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Pretty normal scalp. Yeah, now we're doing this. Grind City. ES is just sitting at its previous day close. Try to see where NQ previous day close. 955. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. We're kind of in that situation where we might be at the top of the range for the day. But I'm not interested in a short up here just because we are, it's my view up band rules. We're sloping up now. So, and we're kind of making, we're pushing and building up here too. Here's a nice build. Here was another nice build. I like this. So this leg that we're in right now, so we can look at this delta volume profile. It's covering this amount of candles right here. So this is the current leg that the delta volume profile is reading. And as it goes up, you can see, the two-way action that we look for continuation. So blue team versus red team. Blue team loses, price goes higher. Blue team here again loses, price goes higher. Then we have, another auction up here, blue team versus red team. Blue team loses, and now we've got a bunch of blue team up here right at the previous day high. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going down, but I don't have anything screaming at me to take a trade. So hey, Chris, good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, DZ. Good morning. Good morning, Norseman. Good morning, everybody. What a nice thing I get to say good morning to everybody like this. It's so fun. It really does bring me so much joy. I just realized that I like saying hi to everybody when I get on the stream. It really does make me happy. I don't know if that's silly or not, but okay. Good night, Nick. You going to bed? He deleted it. Okay. Good morning, Nick. Good morning, Hood Rich. You can cry if you want to. It's okay to have big feelings. That's what I say. Sometimes to the little one, she's got some big feelings. You can cry in the casino. It's just that no one will feel bad about it. And it might make people bet harder against you. Yeah, my boy XY took it down, as as expected. Oh, good morning, undercover scammers. Good to see you. Good to see you, brother. Hi from Hong Kong. Good morning, Grisha. Good morning. Morning, Mr. Deck. Yeah, I had I wouldn't call it a rough week. We'll look at the stats in a second. It wasn't a rough week. I traded a ton. I got into a hole twice and needed to dig out of it. That sucked. I do kind of enjoy that the resilience that comes with coming out of an intraday drawdown. I don't know if that's crazy to talk about or not. So something that would happen to me early in my trading was I would get, you get into an intraday drawdown and you get into a mentality that you have to make it back. You have to get it back. You got to get back to break even. And obviously that's a pretty common, I think that's a fairly common thing that most traders get into, especially when they're first starting. It's a super toxic way to think. No one should ever think like that, but you do. It's just part of it. Um, because you're losing money. It's not fun to lose money. It messes with your brain. But one thing that happens when you start to get better at trading is how to manage those intraday drawdowns in a way where you're kind of like you have to completely mentally reset everything in the moment, and you have to take the stop. You can't add to losers. You have to realize that you're wrong. You have to pause. You have to reposition. And, there's a lot of tricks that I have to do that with myself. Sometimes if it's a really bad one, I'll take a walk for 20 minutes. Otherwise, just leave the room, do a quick tiny meditation. I do there's like a 15-minute yoga nidra thing that I like to do. That just kind of will reset your body, reset your mind, and get you back in, a more neutral place. And then if you're able to do that and then recover and truly turn the page on that drawdown and then start to make good trades again with your new view, with your new positioning, it's cool. It feels good. So I had to do that twice last week. And even though that sucked to get into a hole that I needed to trade out of, it felt good to get out of it. And it's kind of nice to flex that muscle and to feel, good that I have that, I have that process skill. It's nice. Oh, Trump's speaking. Okay, cool. Good to know. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Ram Man. Is that like a truck reference? Like a Dodge Ram Man? Let's see what happens again at this 23K20. This is the top of the current value area high for the 5-day rolling profile that I watch. And boy, this is a lot. There's a lot of passive selling here. So we'll see. We'll see who wins. That's good, Norseman. Yeah, I mean, that happens to everybody, dude. I don't think people talk about that, but I mean, it's a lot of losing in trading. Like, it's a lot. All of us lose constantly. You just have to win more than you lose. Like Tanja had to take a stop today. That's cool. Everybody has to take a stop. She had her stop exactly where she wanted it to be. Had to take it. It was a good trade, good setup. Looking for continuation lower off that high. Market didn't want it. And, I'm sure she's going to come back tomorrow and, over the space of time, it's going to be winning more than losing. And that's literally all you need to do. And then manage your emotions in the middle bit. So. Oh, morning, Tracy. Morning. Okay, Trump will make top of the line weapons for NATO. Okay. Okay. Okay, NATO can choose to have those sent to other nations. Okay. And then we're going to put secondary tariffs on Russia. Okay, cool. If no Russia deal. Okay. Yes, it's important. I mean, how can you analyze news that literally just unnewses itself every 2 weeks? There's nothing to think about. Literally nothing ever happens. Have you noticed that? Has anybody noticed that nothing ever happens? Oh, flight here. Yeah. You do the meditation stuff too? I don't like I don't know. I'm so in my head with just the way my brain has always worked is just like it's very hard for it to turn off. It's hard for me to relax, hard for me to not like always be thinking, always be working on something. Um could be the OCD stuff. It could be I don't know what's wrong with me. It could be anything. Um so I was never able to get into meditation in a way that is like spiritual or cool. I'm always jealous of people that can do that stuff and have like cool experiences, but the yoga nidra thing um really helped, like surprisingly, probably just because it makes you sit still and focus your brain somewhere else for 20 minutes. Plus the video is nice. It's like a nice lady talking to you and it's relaxing. Curtis, yeah, similar drawdown experience. Yeah, it's it's so rewarding when you're able to turn it around and not tilt, because it's one thing to lose and then reset yourself and then come back to the market with a new point of view. That's not tilting, and that's a victory over tilt for me whenever I'm able to do that. So I think that's why I enjoy coming out of a drawdown like that. Uh, what indicator are you asking about? I can't. I don't know your name, but somebody said, "What is this? What indicator is this?" I'm happy to tell you. It's probably this delta volume profile. Trying to watch this spot here, this spot here. If we can get continuation off of this, one of these nodes might take a scalp long. That's what I'm waiting for before we go back through. I can do it now. So yeah, look at this. Today is like maybe the best use case ever for the London 30-second opening range. If I was a course selling man, I would use this as part of my as part of my course for examples of things that work every time. Obviously, nothing works every time, but this was pretty sick. So we go back, can look at we'll look at the whole thing. Okay. So back here, pretty big gap down. Yeah, almost 100 points. Pretty significant. I assume that it had something to do with some sort of news or we're doing tariffs again. It could be anything, but yeah, big gap down. When that happens at Globex Open on Sunday, I don't know. I don't have any stats on this, but these can get retraced, and it's usually the decider is usually London when some volume comes in, and that happened to be the case. Spent a little bit of time below it, but for the most part, once it reclaimed its VWAP here, it was kind of floated up until we opened. Came back, did it. Perfect. Perfect. Exhaustion tick. And this is also the bottom of, I'll pull up the high time frame chart too and show you again. But yeah, we're at the bottom of this giant bell. Right at that spot. It was like 841. So, you know, this is an auction. It's a big one. Um, but this is too cheap and this is too expensive for now. So as that happens, um, price tends to float back to the middle until it decides to leave. And it hasn't decided to leave for several days, which is painful as a breakout trader, but it is what it is. So yeah, put that London 30-second opening range on your chart. See what happens. Sometimes it's a really good context clue, depending on. I think I talk about it every day, so I think I've given like a bajillion examples by now of how specifically you can utilize this for some sort of you know lean, give yourself a little bit of an edge coming into the day based on what the overnight did. So yeah. Did I take this trade? No, I didn't. So, so there's also that. But I didn't. I chose not to get to the charts at the open today. Um, Looking back through my stats last week, yeah, the first 30 minutes, honestly, the first 45 minutes of each session, I was just getting smoked. And that was a lot of the hole that I was digging myself was in the first 45 minutes. So when that starts to happen, I just do literally anything else for that 45 minutes. And then, then I come to the chart a little later because there's no point in trading a part of the session that is, is beating you up. So good to take a break. Okay. Trump threatens Russia with tariffs if war on Ukraine isn't resolved within 50 days. Right? Everybody pull up your calendars. Why don't I trade stocks, Omni? I don't know. I don't know. Lots of reasons. Um, they don't have I mean, my whole edge is watching Delta basically. And by edge, I mean it's pretty small, but that's my execution edge. I don't have that with stocks. There's not a centralized exchange. I can't see all the orders. I can't see anything in the same way that I can with futures. Um, there's so much underlying stuff too. Like you start to get into analyzing stocks, like what's a company do, like what it yeah, I don't like any of that, and I don't know what any of it means. So I might be too dumb to trade stocks, might be the real answer. There's so many other factors that go into that stuff. When people start talking about like a stock that they like or a position that they like on a stock, or even like this goes into oil and commodities and metals and all those things. That's why I don't trade those things either, because it's um I don't know, like Nasdaq and the S&P is just like a scoreboard, right? It's a much clearer game to me than commodities, metals, other stuff. Like I don't know. Like Tracy and Jim, they know all about this stuff, but they also know about well, this is I don't know, this is why beef prices are going up. Like there are all of these many reasons. And then same thing with this is why palladium is going to go up. This is why this thing happened in the part of the world that makes this shortage a thing that affects the market. Like I don't know any of that stuff. So crude selling off. Okay. What are we? I mean, don't we? This is a real question. Don't we constantly have a tariff on like? Don't we have tariffs on Russia, like big ones all the time? Isn't that part? Isn't that part of what we're up to? Haven't we just always had them on there? So he wants to do 100% in addition? No, I don't know. I'm honestly asking. It's just I'm very confused. It's just like even the rhetoric is lazy. You know what I mean? Like, couldn't this? Isn't there a better? I feel like there's got to be a better person for the job here to run this simulation. It's getting really lazy. I know it's summer. Maybe like everybody that maybe the managers of the simulation are on vacation and it's like a couple simulation interns and like that one guy that never takes a vacation and they're the ones in charge of the programming right now. I don't know. I thought so. How could there be more? How could we do 100%? It's so silly. I figured we had infinite tariffs on Russia right now. But I'm not an economist. Oh, thanks. That makes me very happy. Apple bottom jeans. That's a funny name. No, that makes me so happy. That makes me feel good for doing that. I have learned, actually, Kane says this all the time too. I have learned so much from people for free. Just observing and picking people's brains. That people have been so kind, sharing their knowledge with me for years and years. If I can do like half of that, I will be very, very, very grateful. 500%. Okay. Dude is cracking me up. You gotta laugh. It's important. It's important to laugh at this madness as these words unfold themselves. I feel you too, Trump. That Putin guy is a real wishy-wash. It's tough. It's tough making deals with that guy. I feel like this has kind of turned into a Mystery Science Theater 3000 episode of Trump. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, that makes more sense, Tracy. DZ, 4H. What do you want to see? Is that a bond? Who are you talking to right now? You think I have another chart other than NQ on? Because I don't. So no, I can't show you that. Maybe Jim can later. Somebody tell me what 4-H is, please. Other than the group of people that, raise animals and take them to fairs and stuff. That 4-H I know because I grew up in the sticks. Oh, 4 hour. Okay. Nice. There we go. Best I can do. There we go. In a second range tick. Hmm. All right. There's 1 hour. Let me try to get this for you, bud. I know I can't do it. Value 60. What do we do here? 240 minutes? So will that do it? I think it's thinking about it. We might we might have made my chart really mad with what I just tried to do. Consistent says, hey, Steve, I'm trying to understand. London opens at 8 a.m. local time, right? I don't know. Local time for who? Here you go. Here's a 4-hour. Look at that, baby. How about that? How about that for a market in motion? Look at that. That's beautiful. No, 30 seconds consistent. 30 seconds. So I'm in Eastern Standard Time, right? So my time frame is, there's a little jump there. So that's 3 a.m. for me. That's what I set mine to. I don't know where you're at, but it's 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 30-second opening range. It's just basically enough to see like where they open. There's no like alpha to 30 seconds. You could do a minute probably. You could do 5 minutes. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Here's your 4-hour though. Who asked for this? Look at this beautiful chart. So yeah, so these are the two things markets do. Consolidation. So this is this is a balanced market. This is an auction. This is market at rest. I don't know. You can call it many things. And then market in motion. And then, so what happens here? This is how any auction market theory person looks at markets in general. This is an auction. Price is too high. Price is too low. Then all of a sudden, the market decides this whole range is too cheap. And we're going to move until we find some place where it's priced again based on, what the participants want it to be. So now we're up here balancing, auctioning again. Too expensive, too cheap. That's pretty much it. That's the whole game. The end. And now, I mean, this is 2,000 points worth of range here. So if you're going to try to enter with a 15-point stop loss at some point, that's when you have to have execution tools, and that's when you can drill down in and get really into it. But those patterns exist intraday also. So we just saw that pattern on the 4-hour, auctioning. You can see it here. Here's consolidation. Moves up. Comes back, retests it, moves up. Now we're consolidating up here. It's all the same stuff. It can happen on, a 750 volume time frame. It can happen on a 4-hour time frame, whatever you want to look at. Some people call that fractal. The market is fractal, like it's repeating the same thing over and over again. I don't know. I don't know if I'm comfortable saying the word fractal. I'm not super sure that's what it means, but I don't know. It's just patterns. Fractal. Chase is fractal. Okay. Yeah. Could be. Lots of different ways to describe the same thing. That did not quite come down low enough for me to grab that scalp. So I'm not sad I missed that. Consistent. Did I answer your question? I hope I did. Yeah. Sorry, I went down a whole other path there, but I think I got that for you. Hey, Chris. Good morning, buddy. Happy Monday. Okay, cool. Thanks, Randy. Fractal firmament. Nice. Okay. Hmm. Mark's out here trading lean hogs. Good for you. Glad somebody can do it. This passive seller up here is really laying it on thick. Did ES finally get out of this thing? Yeah, there we go. Cool. So ES is looking like it's finally cruising back up to this spot. Yeah, this 613 to 615 on ES has been, a sticky nightmare. It got stuck up there quite a bit on Friday. Friday was a frustrating day. Yeah, no, good point. Yes. Like I said, the people in charge of the simulation are really, really phoning it in right now. If I could leave the simulation a Trustpilot review, that's what it would say. Yeah, 6310 Omni. There's been a big passive seller there for 9,000 years also. Yep. Still just chilling. Yeah, I'd like 970. That looks good. That looks like something I would do too, Omni. I mean, hell, I'd buy 980. I'd buy 980. What's this? I'd buy right in here. This 984.85. Retested this little node guy. We haven't quite pulled back to test this exhaustion spot. So I'd like to see this node get a retest and then pull back up into here. Oh, I got 180 points on the range already, though. It's kind of all you're going to get in the summer. So far. Hey, Larry. Yeah, this is a Delta volume profile, and it's part of the Order Flow Labs suite of tools. This one specifically is set to reset every 60-point rotation, but you can have it on for the whole day. There's lots of customization to it. So yeah, Harshul, sure. Yeah, so I don't really have that many. I just have I pretty much have three things. I have a delta volume profile, I have a volume profile, and then I have these VWAP bands, which are This green line here is the RTH VWAP itself. And then this is the +2 and +1 standard deviations. This is the -1 and -2. And I like to color that area just as just for myself. It just helps me make decisions based on what's happening with that slope and things like that. And then the rest of the stuff is just MGI. Like this is the IB high, the OR high, the 5-minute opening range high, OR mid, just simple stuff. It's a pretty easy chart. And then the delta map is a study that colors these candles based on the delta dominance inside of each 750 volume candle. And it has some indicators inside of it too, like these bubbles, these stars. This is a delta flip star. This is an exhaustion sign here. So different things like that. Delta map is cool. Delta map is essential to me. So. Stats. Sorry. Almost forgot again. Let me pull the stats up. All right. Let me zoom. Zoom. As big as we can. Okay. So this is July 6th through the 11th. Good P&L. It took spent a couple days and horrible drawdown. But again, dug out of those. Total trades 212. I did trade every day last week on this, I think. Pretty sure. Yes, I did. Yeah, I was on the show Monday through Thursday, and then I also traded it Friday when I said I was not going to trade. I still dug in and traded because on Thursday night after I did my review, I realized that most of my problems were in the first 45 minutes to an hour. So I got out of that. I waited the first hour, then traded, had a good day on Friday. So that was good. So did I overtrade? Absolutely this week. This number should be 110 max, 120 max, especially down at 2 lots. This is closer to my old total number of lots traded when I was doing a 4-lot micro position. So yeah, traded like crazy. And it kind of is just the bare minimum of where I need to be to exist. Percent profitable, my win percent 51.42. And then my win to loss ratio 1.17. That's right at the edge too. So this was an edgy week. Not awesome, not fun for me, but we pulled it out. We added a big buffer to the account, so that's nice. And we got a lot of process wins out of that, which is good. It's always good. We broke out to new all-time highs. Now we're consolidating up here. I realized the steps I need to take now that we're up here at the top. And I need to personally slow down a little bit, keep pressing for, harder continuation like that. My May to MFE also not super good. 443 to 502. That should at least be like, the MFE should at least be 600 there. So that sucks. That's not good. Some other key points in here. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Obviously, I suck at shorting. So what are you going to do? A couple of those big drawdown days were days I had to reset from shorts to longs after the initial push down. So that's where a lot of those short losses came in. I only did only 27. So I wasn't taking that big of shots at those shorts. So I'm still comfortable with that. I'm just like, my timing was bad. I just got squeezed off of most of them. So yeah. It's close on me. I'm very, very close. Very close. The goal is 75%. Dude, if I had a 75% win rate, you probably would never see me ever again. I would just go off into the sunset. Yeah, Randy, for sure. For sure. I'm constantly battling with this thing where like I'm trying to like I want to get good. Like that's a toxic trait of mine is like I want to be good at at every aspect of this. And so I know that this is a weak spot for me and I want to get good at it. So I'm not like, I guess I'm not, my ego's probably in the way of that a little bit. I'm letting that get to me in a way where, I should maybe just let it go. I don't know. It's not that I'm missing opportunities. It's not a money thing. It's not any of those things. I think it's probably just an ego thing. Like I want to be good at it. My friends can nail shorts. You know, I want that skill. I want to have it. So I don't know. It's probably dumb. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, my stats have got, less trades. It should be half the trades. And also the total number of trades listed here at 212, that's just contracts. So it's total number of round trips. So it's not really that many trades. And like I'm occasionally adding one. So it's like one trade idea is different than the total number of lots traded. So this is not quite an accurate representation of what what I'm really up to, but that's how many round trips I had. So that's what it shows. So there we go. We got 3 weeks into that, into the prop account. I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to pull it into some software to analyze, a couple more things to do with all that data. And then, yeah. And actually, we're going to take some money out of that today. So that's cool. Yeah, it's cool to make money from the, the monopoly money, as some people say. So yeah, we got all that coming up.
So
Jim, hey buddy, how are you doing?
good, man. I'm doing good. How's your weekend?
Oh, good. Pretty good. Yeah, really good actually. Super nice.
It's good to hear. Good to hear.
I got a ton of poison ivy, but other than that, it was great. The goat lady never called me back, so I'm back there fighting with all this poison ivy by myself. I've got like 30% left and it's over. So I just got to muscle through the poison ivy and then it will be done soon.
Is this a weed whacker situation?
It's a brush hog situation, actually. I had to get like the next level of weed whacker, which is this giant, terrifying spinning metal blade. But it's effective.
Wow. Well, I like the stats. I like the fact that you're analyzing it, you're keeping it rolling, you're fully transparent, you're talking about
still
your
doing
strengths
it.
and weaknesses.
Yeah, we're not dead yet.
No.
I was worried when we started. I was like, ugh. If I blow up in front of all these people, it's going to be pretty embarrassing. But not knock on wood. Still good so far.
Yeah, you stick to your guns, you'll be fine. Oh my goodness.
It's probably all that moving my stop into profit. It's probably helping me. That's what's going on. You guys tricked me into trading responsibly.
I know, some people are successful not doing it that way. I'm just, I don't know. I'm a little, the older I get, the more conservative I get, I think.
Sure. Yep. Absolutely.
I don't know.
It's working. And, I'm always open to trying new stuff. So yeah, why not?
Yeah. Well, you're doing great. That's for sure.
Thanks, brother. Man, this was funny today. So many funny Trump things. I love it. This is great. 500% tariffs or sanctions. Not sure.
I'm hoping we're gonna have a hot commodities. We're back with hot commodities this afternoon with Shy. I'm gonna ask her what she thinks about
cool.
this early August. Will the deadlines then be the deadlines, and this will be behind us at least, so we could analyze the final product or not? That's kind of, I think, what everyone wants to know.
Um, well, so far, no deadline has been a deadline, and I think there's been 8 of them, right?
There's been a
Has it
lot
been
of
every 2 weeks since Liberation Day? When was that? April?
yeah.
So cool. Well, if you actually set a deadline, then it would eventually end, and I think that the goal is for it to never end, it seems. So,
Oh my goodness, it might never end. That and the
why
war with
not?
the FOMC, which is crazy.
Also that
Yeah.
that was fun over the weekend. A couple people trying to come in and steal my boy Waller's job, I saw.
Yeah. Well, one thing is clear. I do not think equity markets are going to like the idea of Powell's early dismissal. I think that's going to be bearish.
Yeah, no one would like that. Also, it's going to be sad for me. I love Jay Powell. He's the best. Um, I don't know. I feel like I grew up as a trader with that gentleman. So it's going to be sad when he leaves.
Yeah. Well, will his trading card have his nickname? Too late or no?
Oh no, 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 no. I mean, we're gonna have. I mean, he's gonna have so many variants, and I am still really working on that. I spent a lot of time building those images this weekend.
Nice.
So don't
I love
worry,
it.
it's coming.
I
I'm
love
trying
it.
to get them done by I'm trying to get them done and launched by Jackson Hole. So that's the plan. And we can all celebrate together. We can celebrate Jackson Hole and launch the cards at the same time if I'm able to do it. So
All right. I love it, man. I'm looking forward to it. So thanks for this morning. Appreciate you. Are you back this afternoon
sure.
or
Nope.
Nick and
Nick
Leo?
and Leo. Yes, Nick
All
and
right.
Leo this afternoon.
Awesome, man. Well, then I'll see you tomorrow, I think.
Yep. Yep, for sure.
All right, man. Great catching up. I'm looking forward to it. Have a great day. I'm going to take the screen and do a real quick edge report.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Tal. All right, let's start with the Russell 2000. We haven't talked much about that really quickly here. And I just want to pull up a daily chart really quickly. We'll check out the daily candles. We spent some time below that 8 EMA. And I'm a super fan of the 8 EMA on a daily right now. We're back above it right now. So buyers got involved, pushed us back up above that 8 EMA. We'll see where we close. The stochastics are a little confused up here. Maybe overbought, maybe not, right below that 80 level. So again, I want to see a trend on the stochastics before I get too bearish. And I want to see a close before the 8 EMA. Going to the intraday charts, though, we have some really great levels here. We have a capital P-shaped distribution. Just imagine this. We traded all night long, all the way up to the U.S. initial balance. The bell rings, and then a lot of volume accumulated up here. This is where that first standard deviation of volume is. We have a really nice point of control. We're just a little bit north of that point of control. It's right next to that 0 DTE call resistance at 2250. So this is from a percent point of view. This is the winner. This is the stock index futures winner. Although NASDAQ just pulled up pretty close at 0.19% right now, but there's still some room. We got that pivot, which would be above that initial balance high. We have that JAX 3 is the next stop up, and then JAX 4 all the way up at 2270, close to R1 on the daily pivot study. On the downside, we're also going to have that 2330 level down here. That's another JAX level right below that S1. So 2 areas of interest pretty close. Also touching that lower standard deviation band for the session VWAP. That's the second standard deviation band I'm talking about. And below that, we have put support at 2225 should we get a sell-off. Let's take a peek at the Bitcoin too, because the Bitcoin seems to be popular. But remember, this is Bitcoin priced in US dollars. So there's going to be an impact on this. When you look at Bitcoin price in US dollars, we're getting these all-time highs all the time, but it's not the case if you look at Bitcoin priced in other currencies like the Swiss franc. Right now, sellers are pushing this back down, though. We're pushing back on that early morning bid that got us pretty high up. So we're kind of pushing right back here. We're still way above previous session's close, but I'm noticing the sellers are taking charge. Moving averages are moving up from a longer term point of view. This is daily as well. And then we have stochastics are pretty positive as well. It could be a normal pullback. We'll see what happens here. Intraday, we're trading below that VWAP right now, right? We weren't. Then boom, opening range. We sold off, continued to sell off past VWAP, past that 1 day max. past that JAX 4, all the way down to call resistance, which is at 120,000. Downside, more downside targets. So JAX 2 at 119,000 if you're a bear, and then JAX 1 all the way down at 118,000. Let's check out that 30-year bond. We talked about it all morning long with Nicholas, with Anthony, with Shy, Pax, everybody. It's very popular to talk about it. So we have this area of support here that I've identified. It's approximately 112, 28, 30 seconds. We were holding our own for a while, then sellers took us back down below it. Everybody, I think, is becoming bearish here. And so sellers are in charge. That 61.8%, though, is going to be really important for my outside fib. That's at 112 and 10, 30 seconds. A close below that, I'm even going to be more bearish. But that's kind of my measure when the direction really kicks in on the downside. That 61.8 fib. In this case, it's high to low, so that's why we're looking at a southern direction. Remember that peak high here with that turnaround doji. That was all the way up at 116.04. Pretty far away right now. Stochastics, again, nicely sloped downward. Right now, cross under, right to oversold territory. That doesn't mean we're really oversold, but that's something to keep an eye on. That's 20 level as well. Intraday, relatively tight range here. We have a small case B distribution on the volume profile with the point of control right there at 112, 19, 30 seconds. Zero DTE put support held, not once, not twice, but 3 times. That's at 112, 16, 30 seconds, or 112 and a half. That's where we touched it 3 times. We're kind of settling right down here. This could be the final destination. I don't know. For the 30-year bonds at 112.19. We'd have to get through that 0 DTE level as well as the S1 level. I think some news would need to trigger further sell-off today, but it could happen. On the upside, yeah, we have a high vol level too as a potential target on the upside, and that's 113 even. That is your midday Edge report. We're going to be back, of course, at 2:30. Hot Commodities is back with me and Shy. Can't wait for that. And then we're going to be trading the close with the Order Flow Labs guys all the way till the bell rings. Appreciate everybody being here with us. Great community, great chat. You guys are fantastic. Looking forward to seeing you again at 2:30. In the meantime, relax a little bit, get some lunch, and we'll see you soon.